Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the regular council meeting to order. Vice Mayor Kaplan,
Here.
Councilmember De La Cruz,
Here.
Councilmember Gross,
Here.
Mayor Lindsay,
Here.
Councilmember McCormick, Councilmember Moss,
Here.
and Councilmember Petros.
Here.
We do have a quorum, Mayor. If we may please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hey, Frank, come over here. Please. Sir. Let's do this together. Yep. Gary.
How about Lucho?
One, two. Well, no, I'm
not going there.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item, Mayor's brief comments by council.
Absolutely.
I had something.
Terrific.
All right. I wanted to address this specifically to Myra, Frank, Gary, and I won't address it to you, Luis. I wanted to thank you for guiding all of us, and you're included on this, Luis. The three of us that were new 2 years ago. Your knowledge, leadership, and your patience has been really beneficial. I hope you continue to provide us with these traits, even though you won't be up here with us anymore. I've personally learned a tremendous amount from all of you, not only about the role of a council member and how the village runs, but also how to work with others and to reach decisions for the broader community. And I understand and respect there are differences of opinion. So thank you all, and hopefully this isn't goodbye, it's just a different position.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. Brett.
I want to thank all of you as well. And it's hard to follow Katie's speech, but thank you very much. You know, people look at this as politics. I look at it as community service, and you guys gave a lot of your time, your dedication for the love of your community, and you know, it's something that I always look up to everybody who's been up here. So thank you very much for your time, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you, Brett.
Thank you. Of course.
Okay, so I'm not going to say goodbye. I'm going to start by saying sorry, because now that we will no longer, some of us, maybe will not be constricted by sunshine laws, I will call you very, very often, and you will have to tolerate talking to me about all of these issues that come before us. So thank you all so much for all of your service, for all of the years to the village, and for the helping guidance up here for the last 2 years.
Thank you,
And again,
Allison.
sorry.
You're welcome anytime. You know where I live.
I have one other comment. I wanted to just acknowledge the passing of Jim Brewster, who many of us who maybe don't know him benefit from projects and things that he worked on, the Lighthouse Run, the fireworks, and you know, his family's presence in the village. So just if we could acknowledge his passing and his service to our community as well, and carry that spirit forward as new people come, asking that they follow in those types of footsteps and be engaged in the community as well.
I didn't know that Jim had passed. I'm very sorry to hear it. I have a quick anecdote about Jim.
Do you want to share? And then I have a couple of things.
My anecdote about Jim is when I was a brand new mayor, I asked him to please keep me on the clock and give me a signal when I was going too long in some remarks that I was preparing to make at the 20th anniversary incorporation. And he was signaling me and gesticulating with increasing urgency because I just ignored him. And then later he said, I was signaling you and you didn't pay attention to me. And I said, well, that's why I asked you to do it. I knew you'd forgive me.
Good man. And the run is this weekend. The Lighthouse Run is this weekend, and we will be thinking
Next weekend.
Next weekend.
Next weekend.
I need 5 more days of training.
Thank you for the. But anyway.
I have, if you have anything?
I have a couple of things.
Go ahead, you go.
One, I just want to talk a little bit about what happened in Pittsburgh this weekend and what a horrible experience and loss it is for every single person in the United States. It's devastating, it's unacceptable, and we cannot, as a community and a society, we cannot tolerate that kind of behavior. I was really touched by the light vigil last night at the Chabad, and I just want to thank everyone that participated and recognize what an incredible community this is, that we always come together for the greater good of everyone, that we always come together in strength and in conviction and in wanting to make the world a better place. I think I speak for everyone with expressing the sadness that we all feel, and that we will not stand down and let that be the new normal. That is absolutely unacceptable. And I know all our council members were there, and so many people, were there in solidarity and in support. So thank you, community. Let's keep on doing that. That is who we are and why this is a special place to live. So thank you all, and my deepest, deepest sympathies for the families that experience these losses. Our love and support and strength and commitment to changing the world is with them. That's one. And two, it's been 8 years that I've been serving on this council, from this dais. I've moved seats quite a bit. It's been an absolute honor to serve for 8 years. Brett, I completely agree with you. This isn't politics. This is service. One of the pleasures of doing this service is because everyone takes that approach, and we all want the absolute best for our community. We may not always agree, and sometimes we have different approaches on how to get to the best solution, but our intentions are good, and they're pure, and we're hardworking, and we really do try to make this a special place. Wouldn't be as special if it wasn't for the residents that we have that are always engaged and are informed and vote and participate and give ideas and criticize graciously and constructively and call us out and lift us up. So thank you all. It's been an incredible experience.
It is everything you say, and it is a moment of some emotion for us. I guess what I'd like to recall is starting with Enrique Garcia, Bobby Gussman, Michael Kelly, Mike Davey. Myra and I have been this together from the first day to the last day. We started with Jim Tainter, Ed London, Theo Holloway, Allison, Brett, Katie, and Gary. That's the roster, I think, of all of my colleagues on the dais, and Luis, of course. Sorry. That's the roster of our colleagues over 8 years. And I've learned an enormous amount from everybody that I've worked with here. I think every one of those relationships has its own sort of personal or interpersonal characteristic. And then on top of that, there's 7 of us that try to work together. And building on those dualities to make a functioning council is sometimes a challenge. But I think, Myra, you would agree with this. Over the course of 8 years, we have thought it important to figure out how to lift that challenge. We thought it was an important thing to get right. Maybe more important than individual decisions was getting the process that led to individual decisions being good, to get that right.
At least challenging ourselves to try to get it right.
Right. So it's been great service.
Absolutely. Are we good?
I'll make a quick comment. It's been a very interesting experience serving on this council. It's something that I never thought I would do. It's something I never actually even considered doing. And it's been a very interesting experience. And I think the thing that made me finally make the decision to go forward with this, I'll never forget. My wife and I were standing at Jim Taynor's funeral, and it was standing room only. And she always said to me, if you ever decide to run for council or any other office, I will leave you. Well, we stood there and we both had tears streaming down our face. And she looked at me and said, it's time. It's time. You have to do this. And I did. And I did it for a lot of different reasons, because to me, Jim was one of the last links on the council to where we came from when we first started 28 or 29 years ago in our effort to incorporate. And he was very involved in that effort, as was I and Frank and a lot of other people. And I thought that it was very important to have a presence here and perpetuate where we came from and make sure that no one ever forgot where we started and how we got to where we are. I am really happy to say that I no longer think that that's important, because I look at the three newbies who aren't newbies anymore, our newest council members, and I have so much confidence in their ability and their intelligence and their integrity to continue what we started so long ago. And I also have confidence that the new council members that are elected will carry on the same tradition. So I will continue to be involved in this community as I always have, but in a different capacity. And I yield my seat to the younger generation with a lot of encouragement and a lot of confidence that they'll do a great job and continue to push this community forward and be everything it can be.
Ed London is going to be very pleased to be included in that younger generation if he's successful.
Well said.
Sorry, Ed.
Well said. That was Luis.
Thank you very much for including me in those words. As you know that I feel the same way about you guys, and I hope to be here. But I'm not going to use this as an opportunity to politic or anything, because I'm not a politician. I'm a volunteer. So keep doing what you're doing. If I'm not here, and you can always call me also. And I can call you. Thank you.
Terrific. And now for
Public comments?
public comments.
I apologize, I missed. Approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals?
Delete term limits?
See, I think they're so healthy.
I believe Councilmember Gross had mentioned removing item 9A4.
That's correct. I want to remove that.
Okay, so we're striking it.
Thank you for reminding me. I was sort of lost in thought there.
Okay, done. Any other changes?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Mayor's public comments.
Now for public comments. First, happy birthday, Mia. Can we all say happy birthday, Mia?
Happy birthday,
Happy
Mia.
birthday, Mia.
And so the dad can get to your birthday party. Mike Davey.
All right, well, you stole my thunder on that one. But Mike Davey, 50 Ocean Lane Drive. Thank you for saying happy birthday to me. I do appreciate it. That's sort of a tradition. I'm really up here to just say thank you. I've worked with the two of you on council, and we had some interesting times. We had some interesting discussions. And I've worked on boards with a number of you, and I've been involved with the others as well. So I just want to thank you for your service, because it's not a thankless job. People say it's thankless. It's not. I know we get something out of it by being up there, and you recognize how much you contribute to this community. And so I really do want to say thank you to you. And I want to say thank you to all the boards that we have out there who are working to do tirelessly as volunteers, who are really unsung to a large extent. They don't get the glory that you all do, but I want to say thank you to them. But really, I do want to thank you for your service, Myra. I know it's been interesting. It's been 8 years, and we were working 4, and Frank the same. was interesting. We had good times. But thank you all, and thank you all for continuing your service. And really, Lucho and Gary, thank you for what you've done. And if you continue to serve, you've been tremendous in this community. And so thank you very much. And that's really all I want to say tonight. Happy birthday, Mia. I will see you in a little bit.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tony Winton.
Good evening. I just wanted to briefly echo the comments that Mike just made. I do want to focus on one little anecdote, though. 13 months ago, this community was facing utter destruction from a massive hurricane. And I watched all of you work really hard to talk to the residents, to convince them to get out, because we didn't know what was going to happen. And particularly you, Mayor Lindsay, you were a rock. And thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Louisa Conway.
Good evening, Council, and thank you to the Mayor and Vice Mayor and Gary Gross. Thank you for your time. I'm here tonight to talk about the motion authorizing our village manager to utilize village funds to make up the disparity in the pension funds for the fire department's 3 senior chiefs. I would just like to ask respectfully that each council member uphold and respect the terms negotiated in the collective bargaining agreement in June with the Key Biscayne Professional Firefighters Association, Local 3638. I applaud this council and previous councils for establishing a system that enables the village to fulfill its pension compensation obligations and honoring our funding responsibility for our village employees. I appreciate the village's efforts to cap our contributions to the pension funds for the fire and police departments, because we do need to prioritize our island's fiscal needs and capital improvement projects. I hope this council and future councils will continue to respect the agreements negotiated by our village pension board and the various employee unions, and dissuade individualized employee pension agreements. We have an active lawsuit with our former town manager and fire chief on this similar issue. This council should not be circumventing that legal process and establishing a new precedent until this lawsuit is resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kristen Guess.
Kristen Guess, 425 Grapetree Drive, number 214. Hi, I wanted to talk about the EAB tonight, and there's been a lot of, and we know we're all on chats and we hear a lot of chitter chatter around, but and I've really struggled with how to approach this subject, because I don't want it to be politicized, as we've all tried to say. And I think maybe our chairman, Mike Davey, would have spoke to it, but it may have seemed petty for him to speak to it because it may have appeared to be politicized. But there's been some negative commentary made regarding the EAB, and I just think that we should have the whole support from the council and mayor and community for all of our boards and all of our committees. We're volunteers, we work really hard, and there's a lot of misinformation out there that we work hard to also keep you guys protected, you know, when you have a mad mob out. So I just, and you know, you guys reviewed our ordinance last year, the scope of our work. So you're very aware of what the scope of our work is, and as an advisory committee. So that's not everything educational. So, but I just wanted to say that we have had a lot of accomplishments that many people may not be aware of, and I just wanted to briefly outline a few of them to sort of put us back on the track of positive involvement in our community and what we've been able to contribute. We revised the ILA in collaboration with Miami-Dade County Public Schools, which was adopted in 2014. We supported masked back-to-school weeks, Safe Routes to School, with a nearly $1 million grant. support Cambridge training materials, address verification enforcement, which also leads to the support of the ILA, and ensuring every single one of those seats have been accounted for. We've been over every single number 100 times at the meetings. We came here and we were attacked personally for not fulfilling a perceived the ILA by many members of the community that were very angry. So we've worked very hard. Let's just put it that way. So I just wanted also to get some facts out there regarding the mass numbers, because there's a lot of confusion and people saying we need another high school, we need another middle school. But in fact is we have 137 in ninth grade, 137 kids. That's 23 available spots. So we're not filling the ninth grade, and we're also not filling the 10th grade. There's 135. And so there's 25 spots. There are 0 kids on the wait list for 9th and 10th grade. So we can do the math. And so we have plenty of room over there, so room for growth. So I just wanted to get things out in the air and hope to see every single one of you at an EAB meeting. They've been going on since, what, 2009? But I see my time. But they're posted on the website, and so I'd like to just get that out.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you. No, thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Tireless.
Our next speaker is Michelle Estevez.
Oh, gosh.
So scary.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Madam Manager. I'm here for 2 reasons. One, first of all, is to thank the council, Vice Mayor, our mayor. You are called 2 days prior Hurricane Irma. It meant tremendously to me. For you to have taken the time that you find out that will remain on the island to protect my properties meant a lot. You tried to convince me and convince me not to remain on the island. I didn't listen to you, and thank God I'm here. Gary, you fulfill my dear friend Jim Tainter's shoes completely. I'm sorry you are not running for re-election. I'm gonna miss you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Kaplan, you will be tremendously missed. Your wisdom, your word of peacemaking, not only on the council, but also in the village. Please stay involved. Please keep working as you have been done up to now, and I hope you reconsider and come back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Luis, good luck. You're working very hard, and you are having a very strategic campaign. I respect what you are doing to be reelected. The second reason I'm here is because I want to ask you to please not to go back and to vote in favor of to resolve the issues that we have with our 3 chiefs. You cannot start now. You cannot kill it now. You can kill it after, from now on. But work with their pension, work with what they deserve. I mean, just look at now what's going on now. Who is the first one that is going to come, the first responder that is going to come and to protect us and serve us and save our life? It's going to be them and everybody else that is behind. But right now, it's about them. So please, don't look back. If you want to reconsider, if you want to change the policies now, do it from now on with the new one that come. But don't kill them now. You are sending the wrong message. And I'm very serious in my comments. And I know once again, because when I made this comment, a lot of people reached out to me later that said that I spoke on their behalf. I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of people. You know what? Respect them. You are there to respect them because they protect us. So please don't delay this anymore. This is really dividing the community, believe it or not. And since I'm here in this custom from the seniors reception, I'm going to tell you this. I have to write it down because I learned. If you don't vote my wishes, I will cast a spell on you.
That was pretty convincing.
Our next speaker is Laudy Ibarra. Hi, ladies.
Hi, I'm sorry, the pen wasn't working, so I couldn't finish writing our names. Laudy Ibarra, Fernwood, 482. And Yvette Fernandez, 575 Crandon Boulevard. Well, we're here to speak because a couple of days ago, one of the kids that we know from a long time ago almost got run over from a car. His bicycle ended up completely under the car. I'm sure most of you are aware of this. Thank God that he had good reflexes and was able to jump out of the bicycle and made it safe to the sidewalk. Also, her son.
Yeah, I've mentioned this before, the light in front of the fire station that's always green. I think it fools a lot of drivers. I don't think they purposely take the red light, but many do, and many stop after they've taken the red light. So that kind of proves that they didn't see it. That light is also very dull. I don't know if it's a issue with the light, but not only is the light on Crandon and Galen not really seen after the green light at the fire station, but you pretty much have to be already crossing to be able to see if it's red or green. So it's very dull, the light. I think I've seen at least once a month, and I would say more than that, cars taking the red light. And it's just a tragedy waiting to happen. It almost happened to my son, and I've seen it happen repeatedly. I know that's a county road. I know it's not as easy as changing it, but I think we need to escalate it to the county level to make a difference before something happens. In regards to, I think there's many issues when it comes to the safety for our kids and for any pedestrian on Crandon, but I think one of the other major issues is the distractibility of people driving. I think something needs to be done. I know before they did enforce police, you know, the speed limit, I remember it was like 30 days or 60 days that you guys did enforce that. Maybe we can enforce the speed limit and texting. You know, I don't really know what the law is or if we can even ticket, but if someone's seen on their phone, maybe we need to start making, you know, having the cops stop them and start giving tickets. It's constantly happening. You know, accidents are just, we're one tragedy away from really having to do something else.
Yes. So we know you guys can do it.
And thank you all for your time, and we really appreciate everything you do for the village.
Thank you. We have two speakers left. If anyone else would like to sign up, please do so now. Joe Brennan.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Joseph Brennan. I live at 465 Harbor Drive. I'm here to make a quick comment regarding point A of the 9th section there, specifically to express a concern over making changes to the performance or the management of a pension plan outside of the collective bargaining agreement or any arbitration clauses that there might exist for it. I think we all have heard of and read enough about problems with municipal pension plans that are not managed in the most professional fashion and have a habit of growing at a pace and to an extent that ultimately has caused some unprecedented consequences. I urge you to keep that very much in mind, and I have to think once again that either the current collective bargaining agreement or arbitration clauses within it would be the appropriate via through which to deal with this. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Robert Deserglu. One day I'm going to learn to pronounce
We'll get it. We'll get it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, council, manager, attorney. Thank you for the wonderful years that you have given to us. I especially want to thank Frank Kaplan because we spent a lot of time working on the sustainability issues for years, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And also Brett, for all the work that you do. I know you're not leaving, but I do appreciate it. I'm here to talk about item 9A1, which is to mitigate the relative disparity in pension treatment. One of the things that I was very concerned about, 785 Glen Ridge Road, Robert Deserglu, was when we had our mayor and two key or three key council members moving off the board, and we were only having three, that there was going to be a situation where the village was, didn't have the proper care. I was very happy to hear that the chief was staying on, and he extended his stay with the village in order to take care of our city. Now, with the firefighters, I can't believe that at this late stage that we're still sort of have the negotiations on their pensions. I'd like to see that if that's stabilized. I am for the fact that they're very, very helpful and they're very wonderful for our community. They've worked very closely with us to develop that fire department, and they shouldn't be up in the air regarding their pensions. Once we do decide what it is, to please try to stabilize that for them, and so our staff is happy and that the proper decisions are made, and that you consider that we have three excellent chiefs that are taking care of our community, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers? Public comments are closed. Thank you all for being.
Item, consent agenda.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is an ordinance on second reading, an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 15, Youth Athletics Advisory Board to redefine the jurisdiction of the advisory board, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
You said this was second hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
This is it. Madam Manager, would you like to address, and will the chair of the board?
I don't see Glenn here now, but perhaps he's
Should
watching
we-
and coming.
You all think it's a good idea to defer this to
No.
no, he's not coming? Okay, good, okay.
So this item came before the council on behalf of the committee chair. This is the Youth Athletics Advisory Board Ordinance. The item had been on the agenda previously, and we pulled it back so that the board had an opportunity to review the material. In addition, there are 3 changes. We handed out a revised version of the ordinance that had a cover memo. I briefed each of you in our briefings, but I'll quickly summarize 3 changes that were made or are being proposed for discussion. The first item is with regard to whether the board members have experience in youth and adult programming athletics, or just one or the other. So initially we had and the suggested recommended changes would be and or. So that can be up for discussion. The second item that we're doing with regard to term of office, our charter does call out the process with regard to how folks are appointed to the boards and how their terms are handled. So my recommendation, it's best practice to refer back to the source document instead of reiterating or restating terms. So the suggestion that I am making is that the term of office, that we refer back to the process as identified in the charter. The third item that I'm recommending with regard to Section 2224 jurisdiction, I'd like to suggest that we revert back to the original language that includes the board to have purview over all athletic programming, as opposed to defining specific programs that may or may not be here as time goes on, those programs evolve. So those are the 3 changes that are presented before you.
On the last, do you mean to revert to the stricken language?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And eliminate 3 under 2224A3?
Yes, sir.
Yes. That was my comment. You took it away.
Lutra, I think we need to tag team this. So one of my concerns about this ordinance, and I want you to consider this and see if it addresses it to your liking, is we've gone from having the original athletic board, which Lucho was a member, which was solely volunteers. And they ran independently. They were a non-for-profit, 501c3, I think. And they did this out of the goodness of their heart, without the help of the village, because we weren't even incorporated at that time, or it was a time where we did not have the resources. So you all gave of your time and your talent to get this done.
And money.
And money. And it was for voluntary sports.
To be fair, the village did fund some amounts every so often.
But it was predominantly run by volunteers.
Yes, it was totally
And
run.
now there has been a shift, and this has been happening through the years. And so right now what we have is 3 different models. We have sports that are completely volunteers, which is the flag footballs and I think the rugby maybe, but we have just purely, strictly volunteers. Then we have a couple of sports that are driven by volunteers, but they do pay for some coaching, and so they break even. They are they're non-for-profit, and in fact, the parents and the leaders and they do a lot of in-kind, but there is some money exchanged just to pay for some of the coaching and some of what the kids need. And then we have a third model, which is purely for profit, contractor vendor, which is great. That's the way that we have, that one has found that it's the best, that the sports are best represented. My concern with this is, are we having an unintended consequence of excluding any of those? And do we, are we good with representing and supporting those 3 models? And do you think by doing this, we can be jeopardizing the things that work? That's 1. And 2, I don't know that the jurisdiction or that the role of the committee is clearly defined. I know that when Lucho was on board, you guys did absolutely everything, every policy decision, all sorts of things, but we didn't have a Parks and Recreation department. And so I think maybe, and Todd, you may talk to this.
Well, we did have.
Well, but it was
Parks and
very
Recreation.
limited. You didn't have the resources we have now.
Right.
And so there are certain policy decisions that the board made a long time ago and in the interim that perhaps we should be vesting with our Parks and Recreation crew, that they have a clear written policy, that they follow that policy, and that some of these policy decisions should not come to the board for recommendations. It's really not their purview. They're volunteers. They're more to address the needs of the community, and do you need a new sport, and do you need additional resources, what have you. So that's I just want to make sure that we are addressing this and not and doing so holistically and doing the best we can. Yes, what do you think?
I wish that Glenn was here so we could hear from him on this issue, but he's not. So I think you did discuss these changes with Glenn.
So there were some additional changes that Glenn was looking to do that are not here now. He'll
Right.
bring those forward at a future date. So
Okay.
the 3 changes that I've spoken about with each of you, I did also speak about with
Okay.
Glenn.
So I guess my question is, what is it that you don't like about the proposed ordinance so that we can address it?
I think we can better address what the jurisdiction of the board is.
Okay.
You know,
I agree that there are a lot of decisions that I would prefer that our the Parks and Recreation Department make.
correct.
I agree with that.
Okay, so that's what, I would want to see those written policies, and I would like them to be made and implemented by our Parks and Rec Department and not by volunteers. That's, yes. We're going to have you, Gary, and then Frank. Am I missing anything?
I don't really understand what the question or what the problem is, because it clearly says under 2-224, the jurisdiction of the board shall be solely advisory. And I think that's about as clear as anything can be. All the final decisions have to be made by our staff, and I think the board is strictly there to make suggestions and recommendations to what might be done to expand or make our program better. So I think it's just a strictly Citizens Advisory Committee, and I don't see why there'd be a problem with
Right,
that.
the way it's written, I think it's okay. So I guess what we need to do is make sure that our Parks and Recreation
Correct.
Director knows that we have
They're
his,
doing a lot more than that right now.
Knows-
I agree with this.
That's what this says.
I,
So this would amend it.
no, but I think he needs to know that we have his back on
It's
this,
always read this way.
And it needs to be enforced as it reads.
Madam Mayor.
Yes,
I think what our Parks and Recreation Director needs to know, rather, our manager needs to know, so that she can discuss with our Parks and Recreation Director, that we have their back on this, and that, you know, it's written the way it should be written, and enforce it. That's it, you know, I guess.
And Gary, to your point, there's always been a dance because there was so much more power from the first couple of boards because they were independent and then they were transitioning. So it's just that we're transitioning further to purely advisory.
And
that's
I
the
totally
issue.
understand that, and we have seen this with some of the other committees that we've had. But basically, when anything is written as clearly as this, then I don't see that there's any reason for any expanded authority or any conflict to take place, because basically, any member of the committee, the whole committee, can be told, you're here to advise, you're here to make recommendations, and that's pretty much it. You're not here to make decisions.
Totally agree. I just thought we needed to have this discussion on the record.
Okay, fine.
Frank and then Allison.
Okay, so I understand your concerns, and Gary, I agree with you. I wonder if in this first paragraph of jurisdiction, there should be some language about their interaction with staff, if we feel like that's necessary. Because it does seem that that's the way the communication will be going mostly, right? And, you know, maybe if we could include some actual language of sort of their process of how that would work, maybe it would be a little helpful to keep things reined in the way that we want them to be operating going forward. I also had an interesting conversation in my briefing with our manager about an idea of fairly regular, well, regular certainly for us, but fairly regular for different boards to have official presentations and updates coming to council so that we can help close those gaps in communication and keep the loop going. I know we would all love to attend meetings of every board and know all the amazing work people are doing, but you know, it's not logistically possible. So that would certainly help that communication and keeping them staying on task.
It says it there in the paragraph 2-224A, you know. Written recommendations shall be provided to the village council and the village manager.
Right, but no, my point was more like directly to Todd.
Right.
Right, as opposed to like, I don't know that we need to be getting information from them or even the manager and then relaying it to Todd, right? If residents come to them with a concern, that's the more appropriate vehicles or relay.
Right.
Good point.
Good. Thank you. Frank?
Yeah, thank you. I think that it's written appropriately. And I think beyond the text, what I understand the actual day-to-day practice to be is, as you were addressing in your remarks, in other words, there is that degree of coordination and in some cases collaboration, but in all cases direction and supervision by the Parks and Rec Department. So, and you know, my memory of when Glenn was last here is that this has been a long time coming, and I think we should do it. If you wanted some elaboration in 2.24 or 2.224A, we could simply say in that first clause something like working under the supervision and direction of the Parks and Rec Director, something like that. That's fine with me.
Just add that to the first sentence.
Yep.
And that's what's happening, so that's that's fine. The only other, this has come up rarely, but it could come up. The clause that deals with deemed resignation might, in all cases, also apply if there is an election. If someone becomes a member of council, they shouldn't be serving on a committee anymore. That happened a few times.
It's about to.
It happened to me.
And me.
So if you wanted to add that to E, I agree with the changes that the manager had suggested in 2.224. I think the general is far preferable than the specific, and I'm ready to go with this, with those changes.
I'm good.
Have a motion?
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
Can we just talk about the
Can we
and
call-
or? Because that one was important to me,
Okay.
that we're all good, that it's and or.
Where is that?
Youth and adults, top left,
Yeah.
B.
Yeah, she already included that,
Okay,
right?
just wanted to make sure that it was in.
Yeah.
I thought she
That's part of the amendment, right,
for
Frank?
discussion. That's part of the amendment.
Is that part of your amendment?
Yeah, that's,
And/or?
that's,
You all have the handout? Did it get?
Yep.
Yes,
Are
yes.
you talking about 4?
It says or.
Are you talking about 4?
Where are you?
Which one is
there's
yours?
a,
We're talking about B under 2-220, B, and/or.
But
And there was
the
a
and
hint
is
in-
Or
crossed
right
out.
now. You wanted to say and/or, right?
Yes.
So the intent, so I guess if I may, through the mayor, the discussion is whether or not the intent is that the board members have experience in both youth and adult athletics, or whether one or the other is sufficient.
Either way, I think it means the same thing if it's just or and/or in that
Right here.
case, but do you guys feel more comfortable with this and/or?
I don't care.
The priority, just because of the limited resources
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have, just
okay, so-
historically, and it's up to, I'm just trying to give you a little,
Yeah.
the priority has been with youth athletics because we have such limited fields. So, but there's access for adults, but there's always been a sense of, but
So my
that's,
only other question would be if we want to leave it where, like, you don't want to exclude someone who happens to be like phenomenal at something with kids, but maybe they just don't participate in athletics themselves.
In
So we're all
athletics?
good with the or. But my
I'm fine
question
with the
is
or.
this: do we want to include any type of language that just sets balance, like that you're not going to end up with 7 people entirely devoted to youth sports, and then we're back where we were, where we're not addressing athletics, or do we just feel like
well, the issue would come
appointments
up.
will be dealt with by the mayor when it comes time?
Yeah. I think to
Okay.
let it be.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, the composition will be dealt with up here.
So we're going to leave it as or, as the way you wrote it in here. There's a motion and a second.
The amendment, just to clarify, is to include language in section 220E, is that correct?
B, first of all, B is and/or. E would be to expand that added language to include elected office.
If I may, our charter would prohibit that.
Right.
Anyways, Frank.
Okay.
So it's up to you if we want to refer, but it's not necessary.
Okay, then,
Forget it.
Let's not clutter the word.
okay. And then 2.224A, the jurisdiction of the board shall be solely advisory and working under the supervision and direction of the Director of Parks and Recreation.
So we are including that, okay.
Yes.
Yep.
So
Yes.
224A.
And do we have a motion as amended?
We have a motion as amended and it's been
seconded.
seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
We need a roll call
Motion,
because
yes, sir. Roll call,
We want to, it's an ordinance, open for public
Yes.
comment? Feel strongly about this ordinance? Close public comments.
thank you. Roll call, Councilmember Dela Cruz,
Yes?
Councilmember Gross,
Yes.
Mayor Lindsay,
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Kaplan.
yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. Next item,
Can I try to inject one thing here?
Yes, of
Because
course.
This doesn't pertain to this ordinance. I think the way it's written is fine. This pertains to what you were talking about a little while ago, Mara. It's talking about what is the role of committees, every committee, not just this one. And I think the thing that's troubled me about committees is that we have had in the past people on a committee go out and solicit residents to sell their property to the village. Totally unauthorized, totally without any authority, which could have created a big problem for us. We have recently had members of a committee go out and spend thousands of dollars on their own without anyone within this community, within the village, knowing about it, and then expecting to be reimbursed for what they did, without anyone overseeing it or authorizing it. And I think that we have to have a mechanism to make sure that if we're going to have committees, which I think we definitely should have, we know that we can limit, and they know what their limitations are as far as what they can do and what they can't do. Now, I don't know whether that means oversight by the manager or oversight by the council, but there clearly needs to be some kind of initial communication spelling out to these committees exactly what they can do and what they can't do and where their authority starts, where it stops, and then some oversight as it goes on, because we could end up with some situations that could create a problem for the community if we don't do this.
Gary, I'm glad you're raising this. I see it for committees and everyone well-intentioned, but maybe not disciplined or inexperienced. I also see it for some groups that we help fund. And it's not about not wanting to fund, but we have to have policies and processes in place so that there's accountability and there's transparency. That's, I completely agree. And it has to be, if, you know, we're expending tax dollars and we have a budget that we have to rely on. So I think the manager is very capable and has been coming up with these processes, but I have to tell you, I support you 100%, and I think it's a little broader than committees. We value the volunteerism, we value the dynamic people that we have, but we also have to be accountable and have transparency. I totally agree. Allison, and then Vice Mayor.
So I'm not going to say, try not to repeat what you both said, because I agree with both of you. I alluded to a conversation I had with the manager in my briefing about having presentations. Additionally, we talked about sort of what I see as a real need for our communities, our committees, is sort of like an onboarding. When new members join, or every other year, to do sessions where they learn, really have a good understanding of the sunshine laws, a good understanding of the process of how their meetings should be run, what the scope of their work is. And I think as far as accountability goes, if we have them on a set basis, reporting to us and giving presentations, there's some accountability to the entire body, in addition to the staff liaison and the council liaison that attend every meeting. So I agree with you, and as a former committee member, I would have welcomed a little bit more guidance myself, and I think every single person that serves on those boards and committees are super dedicated and really so well-intended, and if they get misled or they're not properly informed of their roles and duties, that's on us. And I think we need, as they report to us, we need to be accountable for helping them along the way.
Frank.
Agree with all. I wanted to speak to inboarding, actually. I've been sitting here for 8 years, but I'd served on many committees. It may be that we've slipped on a practice that I remember. The committees that I joined started with an indoctrination, actually. It was a meeting with either Chad or Steve, but not just on sunshine, also on ethics and self-dealing and things of that sort. And I think the self-dealing part is what you might have been alluding to, but was part of the briefing, if you remember.
Yeah, we started every single board meeting with, we would appear, we provided everyone with an overview of the Sunshine Law, public records, ethics. That was our standard practice for many years. I know maybe might have been some boards where the materials might have been handed out instead of us going in person, but we definitely have provided that overview over the years.
Well, I think maybe what happens is when you have long-standing committees or boards, correct, and members change, you miss people. Or like we all know, even if you're on a board for a long time, you start to forget. So I think as we go forward with a new manager and a new council coming in, that will be good procedures to get into place and to have it just become part of regular practice.
I would do it in person. I think it reinforces the importance when you're in a meeting with the attorney, and causes the new people that are serving on committees, certainly for the first time, to be acutely aware that there is a responsibility associated with the service.
You guys want to bring this up for a discussion item tonight and put it on there? Or bring it
I
up?
feel
There's
good.
another item coming up that's on committees.
Well, we just had a discussion. I'm
Kind of
happy-
off script.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't know if we
breaking
can get
all
back
of this
down to
today.
action items and then come back to this, or
I
you
feel
guys
satisfied
good?
with the
Okay.
discussion.
If we're going to do that, I want to bring up pensions for retiring council members.
Oh, that's good. You should add that on.
That in your last.
Yeah, you could put anything there.
No, the joke is that it would be 10.5% of our average final compensation.
Perfect.
Of the last 8 years or 5 years?
For the last 8
Luis is
years.
very smart. He just did the math.
Next item, a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving Munilytics, Inc. to provide professional municipal financial services, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved. Second.
Thank you.
Madam Manager.
So this agenda item is authorizing a professional services agreement with a firm called Munilytics. Munilytics is Chris Wallace. Chris Wallace has over 30 years of experience dealing with financial services in both the public and private sector. He has started his work with us he's met with staff, met with legal. Some of the concerns that I had shared with council members over my first few weeks on the job, I wanted to make sure that we have certain systems and controls in place. And I think the work that we've done so far and the work that I expect to do through Munilytics and through their team will allow us as an organization to implement some of the low-hanging fruit, some of the more necessary controls that I'm looking for, and this individual will also help us onboard our new CFO when we hire him or her. I'll tell you, one of Chris's strengths is that when he comes into an organization, he really has a deep understanding of the law and of best practices, and I think he's done a good job working with our legal counsel and with our staff to help us understand how we've been interpreting some of our ordinances and how we've been applying them, what hard boundaries there are, what soft boundaries we are. And I think the conclusion that I've come to so far is that I think everything we're doing is legit. And I think that there are opportunities for improvement with regard to best practices. And the scope of this work, during our briefings, Councilmember Moss, you had asked about what the work plan was. So I do have a work plan established with him. It is a bit of a living document depending on how quickly we can move through some of these implementations, including budget controls, PO controls. There's some process changes that I want to do on our journal entries to have a sort of a more transparent way to be reflecting some of the information. This contract is for a term of 5 months. We hope to have somebody recruited within 3 to 4 months and then have an overlap period where Chris can onboard that individual. The monthly compensation is $8,700. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Gary.
I just have a comment. Excuse me. I totally support this. I spent a lot of time talking with our manager about this. This is an area that I have a certain amount of experience in. And I believe that Andrea knows exactly what she wants to do, exactly what needs to be done, and has worked with these people. They're not strangers. They're known to her, and is very comfortable that they can provide her with the assistance that she needs in the interim. And so, to me, that was all that was important, just to make sure that we had clear understanding of what needs to be done and what their capabilities are. And if she's comfortable with them, having worked with them before, I think we should just totally support it.
Fair enough. Thank you. Luis.
I'm not going to spend a long time telling you that I totally agree with you. I spent plenty of time speaking with the manager on this, making sure that this is the right way to go, and I totally support it.
Thank you, I have Brett and then Frank.
Your work plan, you're saying that in about 5 months, let's say whether we onboard somebody before that and he's part of that, you think that what you need to get done, you can get done in 5 months with this consultant?
So I think there's more than 5 months worth of work to do, but I think the initial heavy lifting, the initial understanding, the initial implementation of the controls and training staff on where we need to go, I think can be done within the 5 months, potentially. This contract does allow for a month-to-month, for 6 additional months on a monthly basis. If we bring somebody on board who has the specific skill set that I'm looking for from Unilytics, there's a 10-day termination clause in the agreement. So if we have somebody ready sooner, we can do that. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but
I think it does. I mean, you have more work than the 5 months to get done, is what you're saying. But
Yes.
in 5 months, you have a plan put together that you can get certain things done and deliverables done with this consultant. And I agree with Gary and Louis that for me, this is one of the most important things that we need to get moving on right away. So again, I support this.
Thank you.
Frank and then Katie.
I would like to dedicate this comment to Jim Tainter. I said earlier that I always learned from my colleagues, and one of the things I learned from Jim was to read the insurance clause. You'll remember he
Absolutely.
never let one pass without some comment or another on the insurance clause. So my comment has to do with the professional liability insurance and whether it's actually the appropriate endorsement, I think, is a loss payee endorsement for that type of insurance coverage. And if I'm right about that, the contract should reflect it at 9.2, and I'd ask you to consider that, and if it is right, make that change, because it's not really an additional insured endorsement in a liability context.
Loss payee.
So that's what Jim would have said.
Thank you, Jim.
Katie.
Okay, one of my comments is really just to remind the people at home and the people sitting here that we do have an opening of our, what was previously titled Chief Financial Officer. I don't know what the title is now, but for the last 2 years, we've budgeted for that position and we just haven't found the right person. So I would ask you, Andrea, if the cost of this is obviously below our budgeted amount for this person. Is that where this is coming out in your budget? And then secondly, do you have a time frame by which, once he's done an analysis, that you feel that you could come back to us and give us some expectations of where our budget might change and what that might mean from a dollar perspective for the community?
Okay, so yes, this is within budgeted funds. So right now the funds are in a salary line item, so they need to be transferred to the professional services line item and expended from that, but it is within budgeted funds. With regard to circling back with recommendations, I have certain milestone dates in our work plan where he and I have agreed that we'll meet he'll be giving me recommendations on how to proceed. I can work something into our work plan where we can come back when the time is right, somewhere maybe between months 3 and 5, I would say, to circle back with what progress we've made. The work plan that I have set up for Chris does not have him doing the actual budgeting, going through the budgeting process with us. So for example, one of the things we were working on this past weekend was developing a budget monitoring system where we can have year-end projections that reflect real-time decisions, management decisions that are being made. For example, in tonight's agenda, there was a deductive change order to one of our contracts. So that will actually result in a savings below what was budgeted. So what I'm working on with Chris is to develop the system and help staff understand what my vision is and to get us there. I don't know that within the 3 to 5 months, I don't know that I will have specific changes, but I don't know. We're not there yet, so I will keep that in mind.
It's really just to try to determine the effectiveness of having him come and evaluate everything, and it may be an improvement in processes. It may not be a bottom line number. It may have a bottom line impact, but just so that we can share with the community exactly how you are seeing changes through hiring this expert to analyze this.
Okay. Okay.
We're ready to call the question.
I'm good.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to execute agreements with Florida CDI LLC and All Star Events, Inc. for decorations and entertainment for Winterfest, providing for a waiver of competitive bidding and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
So this agenda item, I typically don't like waivers of the competitive process, but this was one example that staff brought forth where we actually had enough time to bring an item to council that may or may not have otherwise come. This is for the Winterfest event. The funds are budgeted in the fiscal 19 budget. These are for the decorations. Couple questions that came up in the briefings with regard to whether or not these are our decorations or other folks' decorations. They are our decorations, and we can speak to, if you'd like, through the mayor to Councilmember Petros. So the question came up with regard to what the lighting program includes. It's a 38-foot tree in the village green, custom village green archway ribbons, the 22 glitter mesh stars on the promenade lights, 28 royal plums on the Monaco fountains, 16 village green promenade trees. The vendor will store the material for us. They take out the material, they set it up. At the end of the festival and the season, they take things down. The reason why we're doing this as a waiver is because we needed to give them the notice to proceed to be able to make this time, it was time sensitive, so that's my recommendation to proceed with the award.
So just so that I understand, because this really hasn't come before us, and we do a lot of stuff at Christmas, and Todd, maybe you can speak to this. This is not just about Winterfest. This is about all the decorations that are provided throughout the village for the month of December, correct?
It's for the whole holiday season.
And it's the village green. Is there anything in addition to the village green that we do? Oh, and the fountain, correct.
And the fountain. And at the entrance, correct? The palm trees at the entrance of the village? Aren't those lit? That's something different?
So that's a question. What happened to the lighting of the trees on Crandon? People have asked this question for years.
It's within the scope of work, and we're getting...
Well, we stopped paying for it at some point.
Oh, did we?
I thought we put all the lights on the, right here.
Todd, please.
Do we have a contract?
This might be a useful moment for us to get something teed up.
He's going to take this off as unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Just got shorter.
That was not done after to my knowledge, when we did the Crandon Boulevard project. So many more trees were planted. It would have required a lot more electrical to be installed into the medians to power up that many.
But there are a lot there now, right? I think I see a lot of electrical going down the center. But I think after we did the project on Crandon, I think that project was done when I first moved here. It was like 2004, 2005. I think I remember seeing lights up and down the median after that. I remember seeing
I think that was a public works project at the time. It was never part of the the holiday decoration, but I remember that they had issues with the electrical, and it hasn't been done for some time. I can't speak to exact year. What's that?
You said they had issues with the electrical.
Public Works.
Okay.
Years ago.
So, suggestion. This was a very nice, popular thing. People really liked it, and then it just stopped. And I don't think we ever explained it. Could we look into the feasibility of doing this again and repeatedly, forever, perpetually?
I would even argue that it's a higher priority than some of the one-dimensional, really tired, illuminated
I was going to ask, didn't we replace those, or you came before us?
Those are gone.
They're gone. Yeah, they're gone.
Which one? The ones that they used to be at the park, the little
Yeah.
shapes and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you don't
We're-
like
we're not-
change.
The kids love them.
Yeah,
We
that-
can do better.
So
Yeah.
what are we doing now? Can you give us a sort of a synopsis of what
What are
our,
we contracting
our
for?
decorations are to Frank's
That was
point?
just what the manager went through, the Christmas tree, the 38-foot Christmas tree,
Okay.
the custom archways that you see at the Village Green,
With the bows?
the bows, the glitter mesh stars on all the promenade lamp posts that light up, have the 2 stars on each side, if you recall. And those promenade trees are all lit. And then, obviously, they refurbish everything, they install everything, they maintain it while it's up, then they take everything down, they insure everything, and then they store it for the year.
So you'll look into this.
So
But I
you'll
will
find
look into
out
the median.
the increased cost to light the trees in the median. Was this the company that was used to light the trees in the past, or this is a new company? Okay,
This company never did the median lighting.
okay.
Do you know who did?
I know for a period of time, it was our public.
Talking about the
It was
median.
us.
Public Works.
Yeah, so am I.
Oh, it was Public Works that
You remember
did
they
it
had the bucket
themselves.
truck and they would be going down and traffic would be backing up and.
I
mean, it
don't
was a
remember the
beautiful thing.
traffic. It was beautiful.
I'm not gonna deny, when we did this, it reminded me of when we
Yeah.
used to do the medians and how beautiful this looked.
Yeah.
So absolutely, I'll get with Jake and we'll go through and see what electrical upgrades would be required. Obviously, the lighting now
For
is much
next
more
year.
efficient and.
It doesn't
Might-
necessarily need to be every tree
I know,
either.
you
If
should
we
see what
don't
I do with
have,
an extension
we don't,
cord.
like, maybe we could find out what we could light, given the current electrical restrictions.
That's true.
I don't think that electrical's been maintained in some time, so I think you're going to be.
Oh, we're going to be undergrounding soon, hopefully. So maybe we can put some electrical out there.
Maybe we'll make that.
Just got more community.
There you
Can
go.
you find out for us what our
Wish list.
possibilities are?
Yeah, we'll get a status report on where the electric is today, what that could provide, and where we think you would want to be as a recommendation going forward.
We could have a day where we all string the lights.
Yeah,
We'll
we
never
could.
do it again.
That's community building.
You
Let
give
there
community
be
service
light.
hours to our teams.
But you know, I hate to pick up on a practical suggestion and adopt it, but extension cords do work.
Kirk Lang is out
I
of
was
the
going to say, I
office.
think the
Is
fire
out
marshal,
of
I think the fire marshal might shut us down.
Notice they're not here.
If
I
we
guess-
pass a really quick motion, we
Yeah,
might get away
right.
with it.
Last question. There's also a menorah. Does the rabbi do that or do we do that?
We do that together.
We do that together.
That's always been a joint effort, and then with Rabbi Caroline.
Okay, all right. All right, great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we need to take a vote?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is a resolution of the mayor and village council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue work orders to EAC Consulting, Inc. for engineering, surveying, and marine biological services relating to beach renourishment projects and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Madam Manager, Luis will be next.
Thank you. So this work authorization falls under the continuing services agreement with EAC Consulting. This was a competitively awarded contract under the CCNA Florida statute process. The contract provides for subconsultants. Moffitt is one of the subconsultants. Tim Blankenship, who has been working with the village for 20, 30 years on our beach projects, works with Moffitt and would be the prime doing this work. The objective of the work authorization is to provide for the permit, the requirements pursuant to the permit for monitoring. After we do a renourishment project of our beach, there are certain environmental impacts that the nourishment project could have, and up for at least 3 years subsequent to a nourishment project, the permit requires that certain stations be observed and monitored, which is the biological and the physical testing. I will say that the 50% of this cost, about 50% of the amount will be reimbursed by Florida DEP. I will also call out in some of the briefings, we talked about the structure of our continuing services agreements. And one thing that we're going to be doing moving forward when we issue the RFQ for continuing services, I've done this in the past where we have a matrix where we call out all of the engineering disciplines. So firms that demonstrate particular qualifications in whatever disciplines they want to compete for, they can compete for those specific disciplines and be awarded those disciplines. So in this example, we would perhaps, after we go through this process, there might be a consultant that is very specific to coastal work, and we can contract directly through them. The reason why we need to move quickly on this one is because September 30th was when the permit expired, and we need to get moving on this work. So,
Thank you. Luis and then Brett.
I'm definitely going to vote for this because we need to get it done. And Andrea touched upon my concern that we have to do what she just finished saying we have to do. There's no reason to be paying EAC Consulting a premium in order to do business with Tim Blankenship, with whom we do business with anyway. So we need to change it, and she's on top of it. I discussed it at length with her. It's going to be different going forward. We're going to fix the RFQs and be able to have on the shelf different contractors, different engineering firms to do different things, as opposed to, picking one firm to do something that they don't really do. So, again, I'm going to vote for it because we need to get it done, but I hope very much that we fix it. Thank you.
I was just reading through this, and there is an hourly section. Could we do a not to exceed of that price? Because they have approximately the hours that it will take in their task 3 on 2 of them. Maybe we can put it not to exceed.
The authorization should be a not to exceed. The resolution does call out not to exceed.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
To be clear, in section 2 of the resolution, it's not to exceed $99,105.
All right, so since it's an overall, the hourly fits into that anyways. Okay.
Correct.
So we have to get this done, but I think moving forward, and it's been identified with a couple of our expert consultants that we should be contracting directly. And so thank you for pointing that out. I think we all had that discussion, and thank you, and we look forward to. And
Mr. Blankenship is here if anybody has any technical questions.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Blankenship?
I just have one, just for my own sleep easy.
Make it worth your while for time.
Yeah. It occurs to me that different agencies are monitoring all the time. And DEP monitors I think the Regional Planning Council has its own mapping and monitoring function and supplies data to constituents. And I don't know whether that work overlaps with this or whether this work could utilize some or all or any of it. Does this ring a bell with you?
No. Good evening, council members, mayor, and village manager Tim Blankenship with Moffett and Nickel. I'm not aware of that outside monitoring. Certainly, if there's any data sharing that we can take advantage of, we can look at that. The monitoring that's required for the beach nourishment department is very specific. There's 25 transects as well as the beach profile cross-sectional data. One thing I wanted to add that the manager mentioned is that the survey data that's being collected for the monitoring will also be used to evaluate the potential for a beach restoration project that may be required next year. We haven't actually conducted a full survey yet of the beach. So all this data that's being collected will be used for ongoing permitting efforts starting next year because your DEP permit will be expiring in 2020. So all the data that is being collected, it's sent to the DEP as part of the monitoring requirements. If the manager or Public Works can send us some information on that ongoing monitoring, we can certainly see. We're not aware of any ongoing monitoring in the key that's being, besides the water quality monitoring for the, just the normal water quality monitoring that the Durham is doing for beach swimming conditions, but I'm not aware of any other specific.
I don't want the manager to do one more thing because of my idle question, but if I find out, I guess I'll find out if I can through the Regional Planning Council, because they're always in touch with DEP, and if there's something that I think might be relevant, I'll give it to the manager and she'll talk to you about
Right.
it.
Yeah, it might be at like a macro scale versus a micro
Sure.
scale, but if they have some GIS data or something, we certainly can that we can utilize. We'll look at that.
And through the chair, if I may add, one thing that I'm particularly excited about, we have expanded our GIS capabilities within the village. And so one thing that I had asked him when we were kind of negotiating these work orders was if he can provide us with the data in GIS. He said, absolutely. He wasn't aware that we had expanded that capability. So we'll be getting all of the historic data that Tim has been doing for us, everything that's available in GIS, and we'll be downloading that into our system. And hopefully, I have some maps that I printed out, but we'll start to be able to produce some really nice visuals about what we're doing, how we're doing it, why we're doing. I think it'll be a great tool.
Can I ask one
So
quick
thank you.
question? Of course, Katie. Tim, when you do this, does this give us any information for the possibility of putting the girders and other things like that on our beaches? Would this help give us more information of how to retain sand when and if we get it to put back?
The cross-section surveys that we'll be obtaining will include hydrographic surveys out into you're talking about the breakwaters,
Right,
feasibility
exactly.
study we did. That survey will actually extend far enough offshore to where those breakwaters are currently proposed. The biological monitoring, where the biologists actually take the quadrat and go along the 25 transects, it doesn't go that far offshore. So it would not provide data in the footprint. We can talk to the biological crews and see if they can jump in the water and, just kind of do a reconnaissance.
Trying to think of more ways that we could use this information when we try to completely rehabilitate the beaches, basically.
Right. It would provide, again, all this goes in, it's required by DEP. Everything has to go into GIS anyway. Now that the village has this capability, we will upload it to the village. Certainly as part of the federal efforts that Colleen and your lobbyists are working for, some of this data will be a basis for some of those efforts with the Corps of Engineers. I think you've read or you're updated that the $3 million for the feasibility study for the extension of the federal shore protection project was approved. So we will certainly, on behalf of the village, be sharing this data. And this will be good updated data for use by the Corps of Engineers.
And this data, do we have a way of comparing it to the 1987 data of beaches? Was there any information there that we can correlate to see how it's changed?
We actually have, the answer is yes. We have beach profile cross-sections that go back that far. And usually when we do the monitoring report, we look at the previous beach nourishment projects that go all the way back from the 87 to 2001, and we look at the overall performance. So the answer is yes. On cross-section, on actual survey data. The only biological survey data we have is the more recent from like the last 8 to 10 years. In this GIS layers, in these GIS layers that the manager was mentioning, it does have the history because the DEP is kind of monitoring, are there impacts from the beach nourishments, are there not? So all the historical data is in that, or in those GIS layers going back about 10 years. We don't have it back to 1987. No. Okay. All we have is aerials from 1987 that show the overall impact, because the 1987 project impacted about 24 acres or something of seagrass.
Well, I was just thinking that if we have that data point and this data point, then that would help frame what we're asking for.
We can pull that off of historical aerials and get pretty close, at least for that level of analysis. But yes.
Thank you.
And I will add one thing while we're on the beach topic. I've met now in person with everybody on our beach consultant dream team. It's a very impressive group of individuals, and I've learned a lot from them, and I've really enjoyed working with all of you. Our plan is to put together a workshop for February so we can update with the new council members on board and the community. I've worked with Councilmember Gross over the past several months to kind of try to take the knowledge out of his brain and the work that he's done, and I think we've done a good job transferring. And I think I actually maybe know a couple new things that perhaps Gary didn't know before.
You sure do.
So we're getting a good handle on it. I think funding is another thing that's come up. There's some grant opportunities that we've looked at in the past that we're going to revisit moving forward. So stay tuned, and by February we'll have the whole team assembled, and it'll be a nice community workshop where everybody can get up to speed.
Good.
Good, thank you. Please call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, under reports and recommendations, Mayor and council members, motion to authorize the manager to mitigate the relative disparity in pension treatment on account of the percentage cap as it affects 3 senior fire chiefs hired in 1993, Lang, Osorio, and Herring, as distinct from other current plan beneficiaries in a matter, if at all, to be selected by the manager utilizing budgeted funds. Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Do you realize that everything we've done tonight has been unanimous?
Because it's your last night.
Doing this for me?
Just for you.
This item, the reason, this was a discussion at our last regular meeting. And that discussion revealed, I guess, at least 2 things, but mainly a split of opinion as to what to do, if anything. And the last word on the subject was probably mine, suggesting that we bring it back and just either continue the discussion or at least get a vote, because primarily what had occurred to me that night, and again as I was thinking about it in the ensuing couple of weeks, was really to have us give the manager direction as to what we think she should do. Although I think some of us had noted that she has the discretion to adjust compensation in any event, but because the predicate for doing so in these individual cases is rooted in something that either happened as intended, as some of us see it, or happened as intended, but not as addressing what I had called the outliers, the 3 senior chiefs, that a later outside of the pension solution was both possible by way of a compensation adjustment in some way or another to flatten the delta of the money in without growing the pie phenomenon, or as some of us clearly saw it the last time we discussed this, it is what it is. We adopted the plan. The plan has an 80% of percentage cap, and that's it. And that should be enough. So, this is one of those moments of either, we decide whether our leadership on this point should be directed to the manager in terms of either delegating to her the discretion to do whatever the heck she thinks is the right thing to do on this point, recognizing that presumably she has that discretion anyway, but because it's a pension-related issue, or it derives from a pension solution, let's say, that it would be appropriate for the council to decide as a body what we think she should do.
Go, Gary.
If I can try to translate all that.
Have at it.
I spent quite a bit of time talking to Andrea about this as well, and it's not going to be news to you, any of you, to hear me say that I think that one thing I can't tolerate about a retirement plan is having someone contribute their own dollars to a plan and get no benefit out of it. I know there are mixed opinions about that, but I am firmly convinced, and you can check with our pension consultants, that an employee required contribution to a plan is supposed to go in for the sole purpose of funding that employee's retirement benefit. It's not to help the sponsor of the plan fund for anyone else. It's to help them self-fund their benefit with their contributions. Once an employee's contribution is maxed out, and that employee is still required to contribute under the terms of the plan, in effect, that employee is in a position of taking money out of his own pocket, funding a plan that he will get zero additional benefit out of, and therefore he's funding a plan for the benefit of the other participants. I think it's patently unfair. I think it's totally against the whole concept of employee contributions. And I suggested to the manager that possibly an easy way to resolve this without having to amend our plan any further or make any other adjustments to the plan is simply consider bonusing employees that happen to be in that situation for all or part of the amount of money that they're putting into the plan, for which they'll get no benefit because they're already maxed out. And I think that would be a very easy solution, a painless solution, and I think a very fair solution.
I have a question to that. Then do you think that the employer should continue funding that individual's plan, or are we all done?
Well, at that point, we're not funding that person's plan.
But we are.
They're maxed out.
We are, or that's what according to.
We're funding a plan for the benefit of all employees. The money that we, as the employer, put into a plan is put in based on actuarial assumptions that calculate the annual cost, the required cost to keep that plan in whatever financial shape we want it to be in for the entire population of employees.
But when you look at our CBA, we are funding for each individual.
Well, except.
It's broken down that way, but we're not.
But we've all already said any opportunities we have to pay in additional funds to try to get down the unfunded liability.
That's different. That you're.
Well, except, I mean, as money is fungible.
I do have.
Sorry.
You will be next. So we
Okay.
have Brett, we
I'll
have
fund
Katie,
my
and we have
money
Allison.
next.
Okay, please.
Okay, I just, after listening to some of the people who came up and spoke, I think it needs to be clear to the public that the three chiefs are not in the collective bargaining agreement. They do not negotiate. They are affected by it, but they are not have the ability to say yes or no and work with the union to make that decision. That being said, what we agreed to in the CBA, unfortunately, did not go far enough to help the issue that our three chiefs are in. I think that for me, this item is already budgeted. It's not going to affect us negatively in what we already budgeted. I think it can be done at the managerial level. And I don't know if it really needs to come to a policy decision. I think that I'm okay with letting the manager have the discretion on doing what she thinks is right in how to work with her three employees that work under her. I think that if we do that, it needs to be very clear, and I think maybe this be the policy side, is that this would only take them up to the time that they can drop. It should not go a day past that. Because it's their decision. Right now, they're forced to be in this position because they can't take the drop, and they may actually want to take the drop, but they can't. But the day that they can take the drop, I think we need to stop that immediately at that point, and that's it. My understanding is that one of them are going to be up in 6 months for the drop. The other one is 1.5 years away, and the other one is in 2 years. So this all would be over within 2 years, and they would be in the drop program. If they decide not to drop, we wouldn't be helping the disparity at that point.
Katie and then Allison, please.
Okay, so to no one's surprise, I have a different perspective on this to some extent, and I want you to think about it. First of all, I think for the public, they should also know that in 2014, there was a collective bargaining agreement that capped benefits in our pension with a hard dollar cap of $90,000 or 90% of a salary. And there were more than 3 people impacted by this, and the union made the requirement or makes the requirement that each employee has to continue to contribute 10.5%, regardless of whether they were capped or not. And this was part of many of our discussions in our most recent collective bargaining, because literally for 4 years, we've had some people paying into this plan that weren't going to see an increased benefit. We had no control of that. That was negotiated on the side of the union, who represents each one of these individual firefighters and police officers. So I think when we had this negotiation, we had a lot of conversation about how to try to do something that was fair and that was sustainable. And we talked about increasing a hard dollar cap. If we'd increased our hard dollar cap, we would have never gotten to numbers that our higher staff are currently going to be getting in their pension. And we did that for the reason that we thought that there should be a continuum and that we should be equally fair to the people that were on the lower side of the incomes and the highest side, because a percentage provides that equity. We knew that we discussed tiering this for people that were hired at earlier times. And we specifically had a conversation that we didn't want to do that because we wanted to treat everybody the same. And then we reached an agreement. And the agreement was this 80%. It drastically improved many people's pension opportunities and what they're going to get. And no one up here can dispute that. So now we have an agreement in place, and some people will, absolutely, all three of us know that those three people are going to have to, for that period of time, put money in that they don't lose. They don't lose that money. They don't get an increased annual monthly benefit or annual benefit. I will agree with you on that. But this, again, we as a village are looking to correct something that we have no control over. And when they put in their 10.5%, we have now, through our most recent agreement, we are putting in a little under 16% of everybody's salary, which is projected over the next 30 years. So we have made a commitment. We do value our employees, and so now there's a perception out there that we're not actually valuing them, and I think we made best efforts to try to get to that position. So now this perception that we're actually trying to restrict and refrain, I think is not fair to us in what we did. I will remind you, too, that if we make this particular exception outside of the pension, this has nothing to do with the pension, obviously, and we all know that. And we're not finagling with the pension. But if we make this exception, there are other people that are going to want different exceptions. Maybe they won't want this one, but they'll want something else outside of that. So now what we're doing is sort of opening a gate to have a lot of disputes in the future because we don't want to deviate. It's a difficult process. It's a really difficult process to come to an agreement, and we did. So I think we have to be extremely careful. And I don't really want to put this on the manager because I think it's an unfair place for her to be. I think she's also new to this position. There are people that will be asking her for all kinds of things. And I do think if we're doing this, the decision lies with us. It doesn't lie with her. So I want you to think about all those things because we have definitely done a lot to try to show our police and our fire that we care about them and we want them to have a very good benefit package, which if you look in the community, it's above average now. And we increased their salaries. We did 5 more steps for merit, which directly impacts pension because it's a percentage. It's 80%. All right, that's it.
I do want to speak, and I do want to emphasize how hard we all worked collectively to try to get to a much better place. And please, residents, please, employees, be absolutely sure that that we worked extremely hard and really tried to do things right. Facts do matter, and so I do have some information that I got from Peter Strong, who is the pension actuary. Through our 2018 collective bargaining agreement, we renegotiated to a point where we've increased our unfunded liability to $3.21 million, causing our overall fund ratio of the plan to go from 94.6 funded to 86.9 funded. That is an incredibly big increase, and it was quite a generous adjustment to our CBA. With with regard to the 3 firefighters that are somewhat impacted and we're addressing today, one firefighter went from an annual capped benefit increase, which is what Katie was talking about, just from $95,197 to approximately $128,029 per year. So that was the delta in the increase, and it's very, it's warranted and it's appropriate, and that is the change we did, trying to do the right thing. Another firefighter went from $106,170 to $147,396 yearly. That is a $40,000 increase per year because we're trying to do the right thing. And the last one that I have here went from $90,000 per year to $133,869, an increase of almost $34,000 a year. We really value our employees. We're trying to do the right thing, but we have a responsibility of doing the right thing for a lot of people, for our taxpayers, for the health of all the employees and the pension plan, and it's hard to make everyone 100% happy, but we are trying. We're giving 100%. So one of the issues, or a couple of the issues that I have, is our approach and where we're at. There is a process for addressing this, and when it comes to pension plans, the plans are modified through the contract negotiations, which we just completed a couple of months ago, and that is why we have these adjustments and these increases. These negotiations happen every 4 years. They're not supposed to be ongoing, recurring, daily. It's not a good process. Also, contract negotiations are a give and take. Usually you're at the table and people concede and make and give and take. This is a very unilateral process. It's not a good practice. And the last is we are circumventing, by suggesting this, we are somewhat circumventing the CBA and what we have dictated for the policy for our pension plan. So the question is, should we have abandoned the 80%? Because that is what, for all intents and purposes, we're doing. And if that's the case, we probably should have done in pension negotiations. And we need to be honest with ourselves. And last, it has to do with policy issues. We were extremely concerned about creating a special class of employees. I can tell you I have spent 8 years on this council trying to make things as uniform, as equitable as possible, trying to do away with these tiers and make sure that everyone is treated the same and fairly. Last, as I mentioned before, we're opening the door to constant negotiations and renegotiations and claims and asks. It's no way to address pensions and to really be productive. And I understand that there may be other employees who will be affected in the next couple of years. So this isn't just a 3 outlier. Have we made a thorough enough analysis? And I believe that there's someone in police who is affected. So are we making informed decisions? Also, we may be opening the floodgates for us because some people may feel, you know what, I don't really like the interpretation, this or the impacts, and I had a contract a while back, or I have an issue, and in fact, we've gotten a couple of asks. And so I've enclosed an ask that we got from the president of the Professional Firefighters of Key Biscayne, Jose Marti, asking for some remuneration for terms of contracts that they think that they overpaid. And so they're now asking for special consideration and for money back. And so that concerns me of the precedent that we are setting by treating people differently and reconsidering contracts and applying them to people differently. We don't want to discriminate. What we do to one group, we have to do for the other. And We really don't know what all the consequences are and the impacts are going to be of deviating from this plan. Having said that, and I have to tell you, I spent hours and hours and hours researching this because I really want to do the right thing. I feel for employees. When we did the pension negotiations, I gave 100% trying to do the absolute best. I gave as much as I could possibly give, and it was, because I wanted to do the right thing for the employees. And to Katie's point, I think this responsibility lies with us. I think giving this authority and instructing the manager at this point feels like a setup to me, to putting her in a very untenable situation. What I would think is this doesn't really affect anyone right now. Okay, we have a manager who's been on the job for 2 months, and no one is affected right now. I think this should be revisited in about 5 months when everyone's got their sea legs, when we can see, there are policy considerations, and it may be that the manager has some discretion, but us kicking the can to the manager is unfair and it's irresponsible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that have been said that I want to react to, but I think the first thing I'd really like to make very clear is my understanding of this concept of opening the floodgates to constant negotiations. I see it as very, very distinct issues. We have 3 employees who are outside of the collective bargaining agreement, who are in a specific situation that we all discussed the possibility of addressing them separately. I think it is a very, very easy thing to have a policy. We have an agreement that has been agreed to by the unions and agreed to by the village. We're done. We're not negotiating anymore. It is not opening floodgates. They can ask, but do you understand my point? It is a very easy explanation. We are not renegotiating. We are possibly completing the work that we started. This is addressing people outside of the collective bargaining agreement. That request is from someone inside who had the right to vote and who agreed. And that's how I would deal with it if I were the manager getting those requests.
I still think it's an employee that is asking their boss for additional compensation, which is already in the budget. I think for us, the policy question
We
is,
put it
do
in
we
the
want
budget,
to
Brett.
allow it to go forward in the budget? That's it. This has nothing for me to do with our CBA. Our CBA is done. Whatever was agreed with the union is done. If they want to ask something else, I'm not interested until we go back into negotiations with them. These are 3 guys that had no say in the yes or no on the union side. It's 3 people that are with the manager as employees to ask for the money. The manager put it in the budget, and we wanted to have a discussion before we allowed to move it forward. So for me, the policy side is to allow her to have the discretion to use the money and how she thinks that she needs to deal with the employees. That's the way I see it. And I see that the CBA is a completely separate thing, like Allison is saying. And I don't see us opening anything with the CBA, and they should not be renegotiating anything, because if they want to, we should open up the whole negotiation again. And I don't think that's where we need to go with this. That's going to happen in the next negotiations. That's the way I see it.
I wasn't really done.
Sorry.
Okay,
That's
but
okay.
Katie, do you want to address it?
Let Allison finish first.
With regard to passing this to the manager, I do think, I agree with you, Myra, that she needs clear direction from us, right? She needs direction, not necessarily on how she's going to execute on it, how she's going to give it to them, but what we're willing to commit to. Are we saying you have discretion to go until they're eligible for the drop? Are we saying you have discretion up to the total amount that we approved or less, and why, and what is our rationale? And I do think we owe that, because I agree with you, Myra, it's a lot to pass along to a new manager. I think it's really important to recognize, and Katie and Myra, you both have said that we all worked really, really hard trying to get to where we thought we were doing a good plan. And I specifically recall the issue of people being maxed out was so important that it was the reason we went that last step.
Correct.
Because with the exception of the 3 chiefs, who are sort of separate, there was one employee who would have been affected where we settled. And then we pushed forward to include that one employee. Do you remember that, Frank?
Yes, absolutely.
To make sure that we were really being fair and we were being inclusive. And I think that we set that policy at 80%, and we need to stay there. And I don't think that addressing 3 people we threw out the term executive package, and addressing the fact that they're continuing to pay in without getting an increased benefit, I don't think that's renegotiating. I don't think that's coming off the 80%. And to your question and for the entire CBA, the people who voted, okay, let me be clear about that. It clearly is for them, but that's 3 people who we're talking about. This is going to last 2 more years. And then it is not, according to the people that we had advising us, this is not an issue that will come before us again. I do not remember there being someone in the police department. Does anyone?
Is there anyone who could be?
Jason.
Down the road.
Okay.
Okay.
Quite a few years down the road.
After many more negotiations.
Yes.
I understand.
I remember
Yes.
them telling us no, that there was no one that
And I
would
was
be
told
in this
that there would be
situation. By
Well, Chief just said
Chief
down the
just said
road.
Jason.
a chief.
Many,
And
you
Eric
just
says
said many
no.
years down the road. That's what I heard.
I don't see
That's
how
what I
there
heard
can
also.
be, because if we don't have a hard cap, we've got cost of living increase every single year, and therefore nobody can be maxed out because the COLA increase automatically takes care of that. So I don't see who could be affected down the road. We do have people that are affected right now.
Are you done?
I'm done for now.
Okay, Katie and then Luis.
A couple things procedurally. This was put in the budget by our former manager, not our current manager, and it wasn't delineated. It was part of a lump line item for retirement that we didn't know about until our new manager actually explained that this was there, and she wanted to understand and get direction from us. So I think, and we kept it in the budget as a placeholder, not because we approved it or anything like that, but basically there was an agreement up here that we would come back and have a discussion. So I think it's important to remember that. Also, it's a percentage cap. So as you make more money, you still will get more money in your pension.
Of course.
Of course. And again, if we are constantly looking to set caps that nobody hits,
Correct.
why are we setting our caps?
That's my issue.
That doesn't make sense. We'll just keep moving it. But we're doing 2 things. 1, we're being dishonest with ourselves. And 2, we end up underfunding the pension all the time because every time someone hits a cap, we're going to change it. And then we have to do a catch up on that pension contribution on the village's side.
I honestly don't have any idea what you're saying, because if you have COLA increases every year, there is no hard cap. And as long as you have an increase and the actuarial calculations take that into account, then what you're talking about can't happen.
We have a cap on percentage that we're looking to make a difference about. If we don't ever live by either, we don't have a hard dollar cap, if that's what you're referring to, but we do have a percentage cap.
Yes.
So if whenever it actually.
Whenever it hits, we're not going to feel comfortable actually having that cap.
Well, it'll only hit if somebody maxes out in their comp and never gets a raise again.
No, it's about the number of years they work and the multiplier every year. So
I see what you're saying, yeah.
So that's
Okay.
the situation.
Yeah.
Okay. And then lastly, again, I will remind you, this isn't our rule. This is the union's rule. And so we are looking, I would be perfectly happy if the union agreed that once you hit the cap, you don't have to contribute anymore. That would be fine, but that's not our rule. So now what we're doing is we're trying to compensate for a rule that we don't control and don't create.
But that rule doesn't apply to them. They
Yes,
are.
it does apply
Yes,
to
it
them.
does.
If it didn't apply to them, I mean, it technically.
It's the
Don't you
175,
under-
185.
Time
It's not
out.
affecting them.
Don't you understand they will continue to make contributions?
Because
We're not
they have to.
violating anything, and we're not kidding ourselves or anybody else.
I'm not.
They are continuing to make
We're
contribution.
subsidizing their contribution.
If, in fact, we give a bonus or whatever compensation to
So
make
that
up for
they're
that,
really
then yes,
not
we are.
making a contribution because
Sure
we're
they are.
subsidizing it.
They're
Come
putting
on.
the money in.
Their money's going into the pension.
But it's
I
being
don't
paid from the
disagree
general
with you.
funds to pay back.
If
Yes.
that's the solution we
Yes.
decide to come
If-
up with, then yes, that would be the effect of it.
So we're,
So we're doing nothing to subterfuge the plan or fool anybody or fool ourselves or anything else.
Okay.
We're following the
Thank
terms
you.
of the plan specifically, completely.
no.
No?
So,
Luis?
this is obviously a very difficult subject for us to speak about because, we want to make sure that our first responders, know that we have their back and that we appreciate everything that they do and such. But, we went through some really, really meaningful negotiations and we made deals, and now we're coming back and asking to change deals for 3 people. And I can guarantee you that as soon as we do that, we're going to get a lot of other people asking us to change the deal for them. And, we went out, we hired a consultant to give us the best advice that we could get. We told them where we wanted to be in all the different ways. And we came to conclusions, and I think that we did really well by our people. To come back here now and try to change it again, I'm just not comfortable with that. Now, if the manager feels that the manager needs to do something down the road for whatever reason, then I'm okay with that. Those are her employees. But for us to give the manager direction to do this, I'm very uncomfortable with it. I think we made a deal, and that's what we should stick to.
So I have a quick question. Madam Manager, have you received any other ask, any additional ask than what we have here about interpreting the contract or regarding the contract?
So a few examples. There is one that you included in the material that you provided regarding the remuneration. There was one discussion regarding the uniform, when the uniform allowance should be paid, whether it be on the anniversary date of the employee or in the first pay period of the year. So there have been a few.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just say again, though, those requests came from people who participated and approved their contract and their deal. That, to me, is a very different thing and very easy to turn around and say, you already agreed to the terms of this contract. I don't know why we feel this need that just because we're contemplating addressing people who were not able to participate and to vote and to approve, but rather took and negotiated on our behalf with the union, that we can't turn around and say, no, you have your deal. Like, I don't see that opening the door at all.
To me, the pension plan calls for people to pay into it.
But that's not what I'm talking about at this moment. This idea that I don't care.
think that
They
was-
could ask for us to make the sun come up on the other side of the island tomorrow. They
To me,
agreed
this
to their
isn't
deal.
negotiable. This is how the pension plan is what the rules are of the pension plan. That's what everybody signed up for. That hasn't changed.
Well, but what changed is over many years, the terms of their employment have changed, right? And now they're in a position where they're not participating. You can decide, and that's your right, that you feel you've made a deal, and whether or not they voted for it or not, that's the deal that they're stuck with. They're asking us to consider the fact that they're in a different situation. And I cannot accept that a reason to not do it is because people who voted for a deal are now going to see if they can find a window to crawl through.
Yes, Frank.
Much of this is very similar to the conversation that we had both during the plan amendment discussions and subsequently, including at the last meeting. I think there are really 3 elements that I will try to extract to help us get to a decision. And the reason that this is here by way of motion is to do what some of you have observed is necessary to be done, which is tell the manager whether we as a body think that this particular issue should be fixed by means of a comp adjustment that she would have to identify and execute on, or not fix. The three elements that I think are germane, and first, everything Katie said about the process, the amendment, the effect, the reason for it is exactly correct. I have raging agreement, and if there's any misunderstanding about the effort, and I think it's probably right to say the motivation to be generous on the part of this body should not be misunderstood, because we came to realize when we set out to do this amendment that unintentionally, against my expectations personally, our plan managed to descend in the hierarchy of competitive plans in a way that none of us expected. We were together on that council, and I don't think that I think we thought some other reality was going to prevail in the municipal markets generally, and that we had done a smart thing in 2012, a necessary thing, and it was going to be fine relative to competitive municipalities, and we were wrong. It didn't happen that way, so we fixed that. So everything you said, I agree with. What's at issue is none of that to me. I think Allison said it, and I think you also said it, Katie. We, during the negotiations, identified what I had called the outliers, what Allison described a moment ago in terms of executive package, and came to a point in our negotiations, it seems to me, earlier tonight we talked about the psychology on the dais when we come to decisions. It seems to me that we had come to a point in agreeing on a percentage cap and settling on the cap itself, and Allison talked about the process of actually reaching a little more. That was exactly correct. That's what happened. We, or at least I, wanted not to continue fighting about percentage increments because maybe the perfect is the enemy of the good. We'd achieved an awful lot. I think that it was somewhat fragile all along the way to get to a decision. We all recognized that we needed to get to a decision. It was a very important thing that we needed to do in this term. So my view is we came to a point where it worked for everybody, but we knew it didn't work in the same way for three people. Whatever happens years from now with Jason is a different question, and maybe it's not Jason.
Based on the math, so it's just the three.
So it's just the three.
One-time problem.
So Chief Press, so that if anybody didn't hear, had just clarified what we heard earlier, that this is a subset of three human beings. So the jumping off point for me always on this issue, and the reason that I spoke in terms of outliers, was, in addition to the points that Gary made, the idea of disparate treatment, where everybody is affected in one way and three people are affected in a different way. So that's part of what brought me to want to have this discussion initially. And Katie and Allison both said, and you remember this correctly, if you're agreeing with me that we got to a point where we wanted to take a vote and get it done, I think that's what happened, but I think we deferred this. I think we intended, whether all of us did or not, some of us did, and I did, to bring this up at another time in another way and not deal with it in a way that affected pension, but deal with it if we chose to. And so the decision before us right now is, do we choose to? So it's a motion. If somebody's going to second it, we can take a vote. But the point of this is to tell the manager, either fix it or don't fix it.
But just, and I hear what you're saying, to Lucho's point, it's her employees. She can do this. To give her instructions 2 months into the job is putting her in a situation where we're undermining her authority.
I disagree. I think that the reason that this is before us is because the nature of the genesis of this issue is sensitive, obviously, as evidenced by this very conversation and many others that we've had. And without our telling her that we think that these three chiefs are treated in a manner that is disparate and unfair to them as compared to all others, given the sensitivity of how this came about and what's at issue and what we intended to do, I actually don't want her to make the decision without direction.
Yes, Luis.
Yeah. I want to make sure that if we vote against this motion, it's not telling the manager not to do whatever she needs to do with her employees. I want to make sure that that's clear, because, we keep talking like that's maybe what we're saying, and that's not what I'm saying.
Correct.
That's not what I mean, okay? I think that, again, these employees are the manager's employees, and I think that she knows everything that's going on here. She knows exactly where they are and where we are and where we were and how we changed it and how we went to bat for them and everything else. And if she feels that she needs to adjust their pay in order to compensate them for something that I think state law requires, not necessarily the CBA, that they put their money. Then I think that's where we need to rely on. Again, we hired a manager. Let's let the manager manage her employees. That's the way I feel about it.
I agree with the effect
Okay.
of a no vote. That's a good suggestion.
Gary and then Allison.
My only, I'm sorry, Gary, but it's like directly really short and right to what
Go
Lucia was
ahead,
saying.
do it.
My
Say
only
it.
thing is that what I heard in my briefing and the fact that this was a line item put in by the previous manager and that she brought it up to get our opinion on it, I feel she's asking for us to weigh in on it.
What if a deferral's more in order because it's not quite ripe and she doesn't know what she wants to
Well,
do?
you have, 2 months before it
6
impacts?
months.
This is why
6
she gets
months.
paid the big bucks.
Suggestion.
6 months.
But if she asks for direction, it's our job to give it.
I don't think,
Suggestion.
I don't think we should do it, or whatever.
Of course he can talk, Gary. He asked for the floor and we're ignoring him.
Sorry, Gary.
Not very nice. I'm very sensitive, I think we're sort of in a little bit of a box here. I don't think we have the authority to tell the manager what or how to pay her employees. We don't. I think we can make a suggestion. I think if she chooses to follow our suggestion, that's fine, and if she chooses not to, then that's the way it's going to be. But we can't instruct her how to pay her employees. It's violating the charter. I believe what we should do right now to stop talking about this is to take a vote to see how many people would support her doing this and how many people wouldn't. And I think we all know who's who right now. And it's going to be a 4-3 vote, and we can talk about it for the next 2 hours, and that's not going to change. But we're trying to come up with a solution to, and I won't call it a problem because it isn't, because I completely agree with everyone. We've done an amazing job, and everybody, including the 3 chiefs, have benefited by this incredibly well. And we're talking about one little aberration that's happened as a result of what we did. Is it the end of the world? No, it's not. Is it unfair? I've already stated that I think it's very unfair for people to pay in and not get a direct benefit from it. But I think we don't have the authority to do anything about it at this point that wouldn't be overstepping our bounds. So I would like to take, if it's a motion, fine. If it's a straw vote, fine. Give Andrea our feelings and let her deal with
I
it.
don't think a motion is appropriate
I
because
don't
we're giving
either.
instruction.
Exactly. I agree with it.
Can I say one thing very quickly is that the way that from this discussion, the way I kind of see this is that if we were, and I think Katie actually said it, if we were able to allow them not to have to contribute when they hit the cap, where they don't have to put the 10.5%, we would do it. But I think it's
But we can't.
But we can't.
No.
So what we're doing is basically doing that for them in a way from our general funds.
But if we were able to change the requirements for funding the pension in many ways, we would do that too. I mean, you can't just get one isolated point. There are many things I think are probably not in the best interest of all of us that we could tweak and make more efficient. So that to me is a little problematic because there's all sorts of things where I think we could get to a better plan.
So how do you want to resolve
One
this?
final, may I make one final comment?
Yes.
I have sat up here for 2 years and I have watched us spend a tremendous amount of money in efforts to make our employees happy. And I have also watched us go through an entire process where we manage to minimize any goodwill that we get. But in the end, we spend the money. And I just want to caution that if we're hearing that this is causing rumblings in the rank and file, we have spent so much money and worked so hard trying to make our staff happy. I just do not want this to be another one of those situations.
I get that, but I also think no matter what, we get rumblings because now people say we're due more too.
Fair enough.
So I think,
How can there be rumblings?
they got to
How
vote.
can there be
There's-
rumblings after
but
what we've done? I just can't.
there are
understand.
people saying, you know what, we got ripped off. We need a second
They
bite at the
voted on
apple.
it.
But you know what? That's just, I think the manager has discretion and she has 2 years based on what she thinks is appropriate to take the action she needs. She's got 2 years. And I think and it's up to her. And it's up to her. It's up to what, the individuals, the department, the finances. There are so many factors that we're not putting in. She has my complete confidence. I know she will do the right thing. And if there's an assessment of all employees and all the workforce that needs to be done, to force this issue right now is inappropriate and wrong and undermining. And if it happens to be the right thing, she will do as needed, and it may not be uniform, and it will be in her discretion, and we need to support it.
Allison is right, in my opinion, when she observed that the manager was looking for our direction. Gary, when I wrote this, I intended this to be not a dictation of a solution, but rather an authorization, and I think the discretionary language somehow got out of there. But I'm fine with what you suggested. I'm fine with what you suggested as far as the effect of this not being approved, but I want to take a vote.
I do too. So can we call the question?
Well, we need a second.
I thought you didn't want to take a vote. I thought you wanted to just, tell me again what you wanted.
What I want to do is to give the manager a sense of our.
And you don't think she's got it?
I think she did. Yes, I think.
You think she's got it?
Unless she's vote counting as a result of this conversation, I don't think so.
But I don't think if I understood you correctly, we're not really going to take a vote. We have discussed this. I think
Because we don't have the
pretty
authority to give her
clear.
instructions.
We
We'd
really
be
don't have the
violating the
authority to do
charter.
what we're taking a vote to
So
do.
why are we voting?
No, we're not.
budgeted, so she can.
We're telling her.
You're taking
that
a
as
vote and
body,
giving her instruction and
we think that
violating
this
the
issue
charter.
should be fixed.
Well, I think, why don't you just say that?
So the motion is
The
to
way
make this
she
issue
deems
fixed.
appropriate.
You word it
The
any
way
way
she
you want.
deems appropriate
that is
within
what
her
it
discretion
says.
in the next 2
I
years.
think
No,
that's
it
what
doesn't.
I think
If at
that's
all,
what it says.
says.
If at all.
It's
I think it
gobbledygook.
doesn't
In a
match
manner
the-
It's
to be selected
gobbledygook.
by the
I don't think it
manager.
should be in a motion. We can't give her that instruction. I think she's independent.
Well, unfortunately, there's a motion on the table, but it
But
needs
you were
to be
withdrawing
seconded.
it. Didn't you say you were
No, I was
withdrawing?
amending it
Oh, you
to
were amending.
accommodate Gary's comment and which had to do with basically discretion, although I think the language is adequate as it
Motion
is.
to authorize, she's got all the authority in the world.
What's your motion on the table right now?
Motion to authorize the manager to mitigate blah, 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 but it basically to get to the action item.
If at all.
As distinct, to basically fix the problem as distinct from other employees, other plan beneficiaries, in a manner, if at all, to be selected by the manager utilizing budgeted funds.
And you need a second for that, right?
Gary seconded.
Instead of authorize, change it to support.
Frank, if you were willing.
Regardless of what we do,
to
she's
adjust.
going to have the authority to do
Of
whatever
course she's got the authority. We're just.
So let's let her
This
do
is
what she
all-
needs to do and manage
is all
her employees.
grandstanding.
The
Okay?
first thing I said tonight was she
Now
has
we're
the authority.
micromanaging again.
She wants to know what we think she should do.
It's a
She can ask
managerial
us
decision.
individually and make up her own mind, Frank. We all know that.
So what's
So
your
you're just-
suggestion, Katie?
Putting pressure.
I'm looking at it.
I think much of what you said is smokescreen. This is a very discrete issue. I think, and Katie certainly doesn't see this as I do, intended to come back and deal with this in some manner, shape, or form. This is our last night, and this is the way I thought to deal with it. To give her our direction, to do what she thinks is right, using budgeted funds to make a compensation
Doesn't
adjustment.
need our direction to do what she thinks.
Well, I think she did, and I think maybe she still does.
I think
Well,
she
we can
was in a
ask-
And it's
situation,
because-
Would you feel more
as
comfortable?
Katie pointed out, where there was a budget item, and she wanted to let us know what it was because it had been undefined.
You hear the split of opinion in this discussion. Do nothing, negotiate it in 5 years or 4 years, do something, what to do.
I want
Wait a
to,
minute, let me be
leave it up
very
to the
clear.
manager
I
to
think-
manage their employees and to compensate them accordingly.
I think if we're gonna if we're gonna take action, this body, we do it every 4 years during negotiation.
This has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
This is
If-
separate from that.
If the manager feels that she may want to address this within, when it's due at 6 months or in a year or whenever, I think she already has the discretion, and this is completely unnecessary.
First thing I said. What's
So
your
then
suggestion,
why do we
Katie?
have a motion?
Because we need,
I'm suggesting making it
because the administration
generic
needs
in the way-
clarity. The
We should not
administration
be
needs clarity.
giving someone
I think
authority.
she's heard all of our discussion. I mean,
Which, as far as it sits right now, is about as clear as it was when we started.
yeah.
So that's why we take a vote.
Madam Manager, do you feel that you have an idea of what you can do, and do you have clarity?
Mayor, I'd prefer a vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
What's your suggestion, Katie?
I was looking to change wording so that we would all be comfortable. I would have changed mitigate the relative disparity to analyze as opposed to mitigate, because that says that, to me, it implies that you need to take an action. I think there needs to be an analysis. I think it needs to be coordinated with the salary study that she's doing and a look at all benefits across everything, so that then you get a weight of everything that's happening in the village.
So I move to amend the motion, that it's a motion to authorize the manager to analyze the pension treatment on account of the percentage cap as it affects three seniors.
I don't think that gets her where she wants to go.
Yes, but
because all of that is going on, salary study. But the specific issue that is on the table is the disparity among the class of plan beneficiaries.
Perceived disparity, if at all.
Well, it's not perceived, it's documented. Unless you disagree with the arithmetic.
Like, to me, I don't see a disparity because everybody gets capped at 80%, which is what we discussed before.
Everybody else, when they draw their monthly benefit, will not have paid in more than that percentage cap trickles down to realize in a monthly benefit.
At this point in time, if anyone retired in the last 4 years where we had our 90% cap, I don't know. There may have been people there that hit that cap.
With the reason, Allison.
And they may have paid in without. I don't know the answer to that, and that may come back.
Check
And I think that's part of what the
That's why
manager
she wants the
analyze
analysis.
and determine how she wants to.
We knew one guy was going to be at 80%.
And that's
we
what
went
I'm
to
saying,
80%.
Frank. I'm saying
These
for-
guys are going to be at 86%, 82%, whatever the
But remember,
percentages are.
Katie, that they were part of a body that agreed to that.
The CBA.
That's
They're
to
not.
me is where the big distinction lies.
So,
Again, these people, these three are required, when you're dealing with the pension, it's affecting all of them.
I
So
understand that.
you're saying they couldn't have voted one way or the other.
Like, they couldn't have been like, no, I don't want it to be 80% because I want to hold out for a little bit higher because I'm going to be paying it and not increasing my benefit. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'd like to accommodate Katie's suggestion, but this is an action item. She does need to take action if we think that's the right thing to do and if she agrees.
well then, if it's an action item, I think she needs to analyze and use her discretion.
Well, she's not going to do otherwise, and it's all about her
Well, no,
discretion.
because this is giving some, I think Katie's is.
If she doesn't think that this is a suitable decision, she's not going to do it.
I
And if-
disagree. I think
and-
it's going to be thrown in her face, Frank, and you know that.
Time out.
What do you need? What do you need
Time
from
out.
us?
Our manager just said she'd like to vote. I would like to second Frank's motion, and I would like us to vote on this.
Yes, but one item that did not come in there was that I think it's important to make it clear that this should only go up to a drop date.
I think that's a good suggestion.
I agree.
I don't want it to go past that.
I think that's a good suggestion. So the effect of whatever the solution is, if there is one, if at all, ends for each of the three people that are affected when they're eligible to drop.
We are in the ultimate micromanagement right now.
Whatever result, compensation adjustment comes out of the manager's discretion, the manager's decision that affects these three people will end as to each of them when they become eligible to drop, whether they drop or not.
Okay, but we're not impinging upon her discretion.
We're not impinging upon her discretion.
Of course we are.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Are you amending the motion?
The last amendment is Brett's suggestion that basically ends the treatment for each of the three guys at the time they're eligible to drop, whether they drop or not.
I would need a second for that amendment.
So do you have a clear understanding?
I just need a
of the
second for the amendment.
I seconded it.
Okay.
You can give it to Gary.
And I'm assuming then, when we give this authority, because remember, we're talking about a percentage in a pension.
I don't understand everything about this, Katie. I don't need to remember anything.
Okay, well, I think that's a little disparaging. Let me just speak to the group. I'm not speaking to you as an individual.
Sorry, you were looking at me.
Okay.
I know I'm cute.
It's very difficult to determine what that dollar amount is in today's dollars versus in the future. So are we going to give direction on that too?
What future?
Because this is something.
This is 2 years.
No, this is, it will be paid for 2 years. But what are we doing exactly?
You're setting a policy.
I want to set a policy. I want
You are setting a policy. You're setting precedent, and this is a policy.
She thinks to fix it, fix it.
You're setting
We're directing her to
I
fix it.
think you need to be very clear. You're setting precedent for this, call it the executive compensation, say it is for people outside of the CBA. It is not setting precedent that we will continue to negotiate after a deal is struck.
I can assure you that they're going to come.
They can ask.
And we can say no.
And the answer is you voted, you
But can they
negotiated a
litigate?
deal.
Of course they can.
But you can't abrogate a collective bargaining agreement. I think the information that came through this weekend caused me, as my first reaction, to say, why isn't this a total repudiation of what was agreed
I
to
asked the
3 months
question.
ago?
If somebody comes from the collective bargaining agreement and tries to get the same change, can they enforce it?
No.
No, I mean, anybody could try to use anything, but this, I mean, I'm sure they'll try, but I mean, no.
What is your legal opinion on it?
No, I mean.
They will not be able to enforce it.
The change doesn't apply to anybody else.
I mean, this applies to these three individuals. I understand the motion is now being set to kind of say it can't go beyond the drop date. But maybe I'm incorrect, but isn't this year's budget for this year, or is that supposed to carry over?
That's
I
this year.
assume that so you're gonna have to deal with this
again
in the
Next
budget
year.
season next. So
And we're not setting a policy whether we want to do this or not. We're only giving it to our manager to deal with her employee.
That's the
way
that I would like to do it.
I don't think that's what
that says. I don't think that's what that says.
That's not
But
what
that's
the
what this
maker of the
says.
motion
It
says.
says the motion
Correct.
authorizes the
No,
manager.
we're
authorizing her. She doesn't want to do it. I'm fine with that.
Luis, I
I'm not
agree with
interested in
that.
micromanaging the manager, but when she specifically asks for guidance on a specific
Because
issue.
she sees the way the word.
She asked for,
Not for
to
any
be
other
fair,
reason.
she asked me before
I
tonight's
know
meeting.
for a fact that she would be more than capable of taking care of this issue if
Me
she had.
too.
So
She is
that's
capable.
what Brett just said is what I agree with.
But
That's not what is being proposed here.
No,
That's
that-
not what it's saying. That there is something to mitigate. It's saying
Well,
that
take
it
the
is-
mitigate and
out.
say analyze, and I think
Well,
we're
no,
good.
well, if we put analyze, it's
I
a
don't think
different
we
story.
put
Let's do
analyze.
that.
I don't think we put
Well,
analyze.
Have we-
No, we did not.
It is.
Let's do it.
No, we only added until
with that.
drop.
Oh, I wrote it in my notes that analyze. So I thought we'd do it.
Can you please,
To be clear,
reread the motion, please?
to motion to authorize the manager to mitigate, inclusive of mitigate.
Okay, to analyze is my motion to
But
amend the
there was
motion.
a second.
I'll second.
And should
Okay,
I call the question on that?
No. Because analyze doesn't direct her to do anything.
She's
except
got the
analyze.
authority
so-
already. We don't want to
I just
direct her.
said-
She's
How about
got the
analyze and
Have
authority.
you sat through this entire conversation
The
and missed
whole
the entire thread of it?
Absolutely, and I'm exactly where I need to be.
But it
Good,
does
well,
because
get
I
rid of
don't
vote.
think that we need to be micromanaging and telling our
We're saying the
manager
same
how to
thing
manage
over
her
and over
employees.
again. So let's work on language.
Let's work on
to
the
get rid of
charter.
the mitigation of relative disparity, if that makes you happier.
Yes.
But this has to be an action item. This has to direct her to take the action that she thinks is appropriate.
She's
Absolutely.
got the authority to take the action
that.
she
I don't have a
thinks.
problem with taking the action that she feels is, but if we take out the mitigation of relative disparity out of the directive. If not,
Basically,
we're telling her, you must change this.
Basically, what
And
I-
I don't think we have the
How
authority
about
to do that.
this? How about this? Motion to authorize the manager to address the pension cap or the effect of the pension cap as it affects the three seniors, and the rest is the same.
That's fine.
To analyze a relative disparity, analyze.
No.
We're getting rid of the
no,
relative
no, no.
disparity.
that.
We're getting rid of all of that. We're
got
going to
rid of
say
that.
Said perceived,
To-
you didn't want relative
Myra,
disparity,
we
it's
got rid
gone.
of that.
Okay.
to address the effect of the percentage cap on the three seniors in her discretion.
In her discretion.
It already says that, but so.
It just
so here
says
it
so
is,
much
Jenny.
more.
But can we eliminate as distinct from other current plan beneficiaries
Yes.
in a manner,
So-
blah, blah,
Yes,
blah?
so here it is.
Can
Let's
someone-
try this on for size.
Okay, let's try.
Motion to authorize the manager to address the effect of the
Analyze.
percentage cap. No, to address, you can say analyze and address if you wish.
Address
Analyze,
suggested action.
Analyze,
and
to analyze.
it has got to
the
be
effect.
that. It has
I
got to
think
be
she can
that.
take action if she feels
To
that she
analyze
needs to
the
take
effect.
action.
I think she can
Analyze.
take, I think analyze, and if she sees that there's a tweak she needs to do, she's not gonna not act
I don't
because
wanna
her
do that.
motion, because one,
Frank,
she's
would
got
you
the
be
authority
okay
under
with
the charter.
and address
two,
if necessary?
Yes. Yes, it already
Could
said.
you follow that?
as she deems fit.
Oh, my
It's
goodness.
her
We're killing
discretion.
people out
I'm
here.
sure she'll do
Poor
the.
thing, she's got
All right, here it is.
Okay.
Motion to authorize the manager to analyze and address, if necessary, as she deems fit, the effect of the percentage cap as it affects the three seniors.
How about the effect of the percentage cap on her employees?
No. Well,
It should be only those three people.
it's only these three people. It's got to
Oh,
be
but
that.
then,
Okay.
but she needs to look at it broadly. This is her, this is when she's analyzing something.
She's saying is that there
This
might
is,
be.
these are her employees right now, but she sets her decisions so that she can continue them for whenever and be
All of that-
consistent.
I get it, but all of that is her regular function. This
Uh-huh.
is a very discrete issue. This is a very discrete direction.
Okay, are you done with your motion? Because I'll second it if you do.
Do you want me to, do you have it?
No.
Motion to authorize the manager to analyze and address in a manner as she deems fit the effect of the percentage cap as it affects the three senior fire chiefs hired in 1993, in a manner, if at all, to be selected by the manager utilizing budgeted funds.
I thought we took all that out.
And the
Yes, you did.
and the drop.
Yes, you did.
Just
We have to put
analyze
something there with a
and
drop
potentially address.
and not to exceed past the time
Well,
of the drop.
the rest of it was exactly what gave rise to the whole solution of her discretion. That,
No,
that-
the fact that she's the manager, she has the discretion.
Well,
The charter
this makes that very clear and reinforces the proposition, as opposed to our directing her to do something she doesn't think is wise.
Let's take all unnecessary language out.
Well, I don't think that, I think that was helpful to the position that some of you were worried about.
No.
But, I don't.
Clean it up further, please.
And if we can add something about the drop in there.
So how do we do, so the,
This motion so that it goes 7-0, right?
Madam Mayor, may I?
Frank's just trying to get a 7-0.
Perhaps the question that would help me deal with this from each of you is, whether or not you feel that this issue had been addressed as part of the negotiations or not. And if this issue is resolved, then I understand what I need to do. If the issue is not resolved, I understand what I need to do.
But
What
you
I'm
heard a split of
unclear
opinion about
on,
that.
right, and what I'm unclear on is whether or not there is an open issue.
Well, I think it's clear that since we're having this discussion, it was not resolved. I think that's completely clear because we would all be on the same page here.
Resolved by virtue of our discussion.
Yeah.
But what
But
I
by
am hearing
majority?
is that you have the support of everyone up here to do what you think necessary, right? So I understand that you wish that we could all come to a consensus on what we
You have a
think
split council.
you should do. But the nice thing that I'm hearing is that when, in your discretion of your job, you're not going to be getting pushback if you make a decision.
So is the expectation with the language to analyze and address that I come back and report?
No.
No.
You have
You take
the
your action
authority
as you
to
need to
do,
do.
you have the authority to do your job, and regardless of the opinions of, in my opinion, regardless of the opinions of the people up here, your decision will be supported.
So I thought that last clause was consistent with your desire to make sure that this was her discretion. I'm happy to eliminate it if that gets us off the dime.
I think the only thing that we can add in there is not to go past the drop date.
Yeah,
That's,
so how
that's
do-
it. I think that's the only policy thing that we can really put into
To
this.
analyze and address in a manner she deems fit the effect of the
I
percentage.
guess
cap-
not.
You can't.
Well, we could do it budgetary, I guess. And
Well,
the next
I guess-
budget that comes by, we say no more.
Leave it as generic
Okay.
as possible.
Until they're eligible for the drop. How's that?
Well, Gary said we can't really put that.
Why?
Because we're telling her.
Keep going after the drop. Her decision.
But there's an intent there that you can put in for future councils to understand what the decision was made. We could put, we recommend that it doesn't go past the drop so that another council reads it, they
I
understand.
think that our manager just asked a very specific question, and I'm not sure she got a very specific answer. What she asked is this an open item, or was this already resolved? The answer to the question, it is clearly an open item. And the reason it's an open item is because the effect of what we did in the CBA for all of our firefighters and police officers put three people, the three chiefs, in a position where, unlike anyone else, they were being required to contribute to the plan sums of money that they would get no increase in their benefit from. So therefore, this is an open issue. It has not been resolved. We've been talking about how to resolve it for an hour and a half. And I think that the whole, if somebody thinks this is wrong, please tell me. I think the whole feeling of the council, although we don't agree on it, is that it's within your authority to take care of it. And I think what I hear from you is you'd like a vote to not authorize you, but to give you confidence that we will support whatever you decide to do within your discretion. Is that correct? Thank you. Could we please just vote on it?
Can I ask one question? And I haven't done the
Sure.
research.
Sure.
Do we know if any firefighter or police officer between 2014 and 2018 actually reached the cap of either 90% or 90,000, continued to pay in, and retired after that, so that they in fact did what we're trying to avoid happening? Do we know?
No, but there's
I
several.
don't know the answer to that.
The bargaining agreement.
I'm
They would have to
guessing
bargain.
that the answer is probably yes as relates to the chiefs because the $90,000 hard
The
dollar
chiefs
cap.
didn't retire. I'm saying someone retired after continuing to contribute even though they'd already reached the cap. Did that happen?
I don't believe that it has. I've done a lot of analysis of the plan and everything. I don't see anyone that that's
Looks
happening.
like we're about to get something.
Someone,
But
wait.
Because we've already had people do something that we're saying we can't have people do.
But Katie, are you concerned of opening up like some sort of a liability or something, or have some perception of
Concerned
unfairness?
being inconsistent and unfair.
Okay, I will again fall back on, I feel a little bit like a broken record, but
with the vote,
it is not apples and apples. It is apples and oranges, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm not totally with you on that. I understand your point, but I'm not totally.
Because we have a
Because to bring you over to my side.
Because all of these, everybody agrees to be bound by the rules of the union, whether or not they're part of your, bargaining of your salary. There's pension component. It's something that is agreed to. These rules, they agree to collectively, even if they're outside of that agreement, for the pension. Like, I don't sit in on these, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn, I'm not sure. But there has to be a reason that they're bound by the restrictions of these pensions, even though they're not part of the collective bargaining.
I think they're bound by the pension rules because they participate in the pension plan.
Because they have to. They have to.
Jenny?
They have to under the statute.
Under the
Drop the
statute,
last
not under the
clause that
union rules,
Katie
right? So
objected
they're
to.
outside of the
Just
union.
drop it.
Then they wouldn't have.
And it'll end, I guess it'll end with the parenthetical after the word herring,
Okay.
because you wanted that out. So that's out.
To me.
And then I think we call it.
Are we going to do the drop?
The drop is out now.
Why?
I think we can deal with that in the budget.
Expression too.
But we can deal with it in the budget, because next year she's going to come back with the budget.
Why is
and
the
that's
drop
it.
out? Can you please explain that?
Because we can't tell her to keep this going if, once somebody enters the drop. We're telling her how to
No,
compensate her people.
you're saying that's exactly what Brett said, is don't keep it going.
Exactly. But
Because
we can do that through the budget, because she's only budgeted the amount that she budgeted, which takes.
I
people
want to
the
know if
drop.
there's different implications if we're getting, if we know if that's the case, or if there's something separate that we
All
don't
right,
have the.
we're going to have to
it
take
in?
a vote, because we will discuss to include or not include the drop for another 45 minutes.
Well, but why wouldn't we?
I'm agnostic, but I take both points. I don't really care. I think she's going to do what she thinks the right thing to do is, and she's going to do it in respect of every employee, but she's going to do it in
So
this
you're going to
case.
have someone in the drop who's still going to, or someone who's just going to collect monies and put off the drop?
Well, she won't have enough money to give them in the budget.
Well, that's true.
Well,
If you don't budget the funds, how are you going to pay them?
Don't you understand that this problem disappears once someone enters the
But
drop?
if
They
you
don't
put,
make
if
any
you put the
more
stipulation,
contributions.
if you put the stipulation
These
that
people
says.
But enter the drop and available for the drop are two different
Correct,
things. That's why I just wanted to
correct,
make sure.
correct. And it does
I want
have
to make sure it's
it-
available for when you're available to drop.
I'm with you.
Tell me whether you want it in or out. I don't. really-
Available for.
Let's just put it in. I
for.
think you can get everybody.
Put it in.
You can be unanimous.
Put it
tonight.
in,
So this will end
available.
for each of the three people when they're eligible for the drop, whether or not they drop.
There we go. There's that motion of the amendment?
Yes. You'll second that?
Second.
Okay, so we have a rebaked motion.
Roll call.
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
Why do I have to go? That's so wrong.
Yeah, that was a bad decision.
I'm going to have to say no. I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor Kaplan,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilmember Gross,
Yes.
Mayor Lindsay,
No.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
and Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes. Now if we may, please go to the manager's report because it's 9 o'clock. Strategic Planning 2040 Vision Plan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Strategic Vision Plan. So as part of the budget process, we discussed the need to invest in strategic planning in fiscal year 19. The 2020 vision of keeping the village in the village. The plan focused on good government, perpetual stewardship, and strong infrastructure. We still have work to do on implementing some of the projects identified in the 2020 vision, and there are some projects that we need to know if we are still going to pursue. Staff has begun to consolidate and provide status updates to previously identified projects, which includes the exercise of developing the 5-year CIP and rebuilding the earmark history that has been presented in the capital plan over the past several years. For those projects that are moving forward, we have started developing detailed work plans with specific timelines for contract awards and even ribbon cuttings. We are also developing performance measures that link staff members' work to the specific goals and objectives outlined in the vision. We are essentially institutionalizing a system and approach to implementing strategic initiatives that will help us manage performance by clearly defining expectations and setting measurable, transparent targets that will allow each one of us in the organization to be accountable for our own contribution in realizing the community's vision. The village has worked with several strategic planning consultants in the past, one in particular that operate to operationalize performance measures, and I'm looking to expand this methodology village-wide. At the October 9th, 2018 council meeting, staff was directed to engage an experienced professional to facilitate the strategic planning process. I want to confirm my understanding of how the council wishes to proceed with regard to what I'm leaning toward calling the strategic vision plan. So my understanding is that we're proceeding in two phases. First, we need to prioritize and fund, in other words, make actionable, the projects that have been on the table for some time that the council still wishes to pursue. I'm calling these the near-term actionable projects. In order to identify and prioritize those projects, I'd like to engage a particular consultant that we're working with to prioritize the open projects that the council still wishes to pursue. This process will involve public engagement and will likely tie in nicely to the public engagement component of the comp plan amendment process. In order to complete the strategic planning team that I will be recommending, the third consultant as part of the team will provide some essential team building and leadership training to help us seal the deal. The second step in this strategic vision plan process will be the vision committee, which was discussed at the last meeting. I see their work as longer-term aspirational work. My goal is to have completed the prioritization of existing projects in time to incorporate the necessary appropriations in next year's budget. At the same time, we will have studied the primary source documents, which include the 2020 vision, the 2013 strategic plan, the community survey results, and the deliverables under the comprehensive master plan amendment work order, so that we can provide the committee with a nice package or jump-off material to do their longer-term aspirational visioning work. Depending on the scope of the committee's work, if resources are required, I understand that the committee would make the request back to council. If I'm on the right track, my plan is to bring back a team within budgeted funds. According to the 19 budget, we have $50,000, which is what I can get this work done. The team of 3 professionals to develop the work plans, the performance measures, and including the 5-year CIP, which would be an element of this piece. For the near-term actionable items. The 5-year CIP will be an element of the plan, but not all strategies will be capital in nature. So it's important to recognize that recreating the earmarks and honoring those commitments and the 5-year CIP is a piece of what we need to do, but there are some strategic initiatives that aren't necessarily capital in nature. So this will enable us to provide the committee with a nice work product. And in the meantime, it gives us some strategic focus, some measures that we can tie back to the specific initiatives that we want to do. And for the committee, we've included in my report an ordinance, a draft ordinance, as discussed at the last meeting. The council wished to have a committee, the 2040 Visioning Committee, and as an opportunity for the outgoing council members to share their insights with what the role of the committee would be. So just to recap, what I'm looking at is $50,000 allocation for strategic planning. With the support of staff, I've assembled a team of 3 individuals within budgeted funds where we would award professional services agreements. The work that I would do now is bring back a 5-year CIP and bring back action plans for those things that can be done within the next 5 years and hand over a work product to the committee to then be able to do some of the longer-term aspirational planning. So the purpose of my report is to make sure I'm going in the right direction and that I understand the role of the committee, what the short-term goal is and what the longer-term goal is.
Sounds right.
How quickly can we get going on the short-term strategic planning?
We already started. We've already started with in-house resources. So one of the consultants that's part of the team is actually already contracted with the village to do specific work within the fire department. So that individual, we've already met with him, and he's expanding that methodology village-wide. So I haven't tapped into that 50 yet.
But with our CIPs that we need to probably prioritize?
Yes.
Where does that dovetail into this?
So right now, actually today, I got two deliverables that I had asked staff to get me by today, and I have them. One is the first pass at that recreation of the CIP and the encumbrance history. From what I gather at the first pass, that of the 15 million working capital, it looks like about 5 million has a specific earmark. So that's one part of this. The other part of what we're doing, actually I have 3 deliverables that have been met. The second part that we've been able to do is in the 2020 plan and in the 2013 plan, there are maybe upwards of 70, 80 projects that are outlined, and we're about, I'd say, 2/3 of the way through of clearly defining what those projects are, what the status is, and I would say about 1/3 of the projects, staff either isn't really clear on what the expectation was or we need more direction. So I would say and then the third deliverable, this is kind of what a scorecard looks like, which basically takes each one of those projects, distills it to a measurable outcome. You're preventing fires, you're responding within X period of time, you're processing permits within X number of days, and we're taking those projects that we already know that we're moving forward on and developing these performance measures. So those are the 3 things that we're working on now. I think we probably need another, I would say month or 2, I think, to have a reasonable, to have something ready for a workshop for council. So if we start the work now, if at the next meeting we award the PSAs, so from now till then, it's sort of internal staff work and the support of the facilitator we've been using within the fire department to operationalize our performance metrics. And I think then we could probably do the workshop to prioritize the remaining initiatives in January. And then if the committee commences in February, we can hand over that work product.
And that'll directly tie into our budget.
And that'll give us enough, at least for the short-term actionable, that will definitely give us enough time, yes.
There may be one subset additional, just to mention this because I think it will come up. There are several projects that were carried forward year by year by year in the CIP because they're desirable to our council, and they've been ratified and reaffirmed as being desirable over the years. But external events have changed so materially that they may not either be achievable anymore, or they may be so complicated by things that have happened that affect to the extent there were ongoing negotiations that are just no good anymore. They're just changed. So I don't want to mention examples now, but I will when I'm no longer subject to sunshine, so that it's not on the mic. But there are things that you'll have to decide whether you still support. And you'll recognize them as desirable projects, but you will also recognize that circumstances have changed.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, thank you.
And we'll be able to bring this ordinance forward in the next council meeting?
So
as
the
a
draft
first
ordinance,
reading?
right, the draft ordinance that's attached, legal prepared for your consideration. If there's any feedback that you want to share, we can hear it now, and then it will come back for first reading at the next meeting.
I mean, the only question that's always comes up is the number. 7 seems fine to me.
7.
The number of members.
Oh, okay. So.
Yeah, so
what?
some of the things in here
members.
is 7 members. I think the other one we put in was 1 year, right, to bring back a vision plan to the council.
Yeah, so this was just a skeleton, obviously, for discussion. We did put in here that the committee shall complete its work and shall dissolve upon the expiration of 1 year from its creation or upon the delivery of a final report, whichever comes first, unless it's extended by resolution of council. So we're allowing the council to still push it past,
Discretion, yeah.
but at least you're putting a hard deadline of a year at the outside to try to get this thing.
And if we can do it faster, we can do it faster. But I think 1 year should be reasonable. I think the other thing is we have to talk a little bit about what is it that we want to get out of this. We started with a 2020 vision, and we can start there. I think it's a great place to start. Some things have been achieved, many things haven't, and but I think that we have to see what that final document. Are we looking for a planner to come in and actually lay out? Look at the whole island and as a whole and start to find areas that can do certain things that we have in our vision? Or are we going to put that into a later portion of this? I would like to see actual things that we can really look at almost in a physical, even though we will have certain wish lists of what we want to do, but physically starting to find places that are possibilities that we can look at that can help us with our strategic planning. And when, if a property comes up that's available and we say, hey, even though maybe it's not the exact location, that could actually really fit exactly what we wanted to do here, let's move forward with. And I think that could be a huge help. I think the other thing is that we need to make sure that our vision, even though that is, something that is up in the air and things that we want to see, we have to make sure they're practical enough that we can achieve them too, because if they become unachievable, then the document loses its ability to be a guide for us. And I think that that's something that is very important that needs to be inside this, that this committee should be looking at when they're putting this document together.
Yeah, that's right. On the first point, my view is it might be to be determined as far as actual site projections. And just an anecdote, you may remember the experience of the blue dots during the 2020 vision process. This was to identify actual optimal acquisition targets, and the qualification is if private sales arose, if consensual deals arose. But there was a kind of a blowback effect because some people were thinking in terms of eminent domain in the residential neighborhoods, which was not what was intended. But you know how things can become convoluted. So how to do that without the kind of specificity that starts to make people prematurely nervous during what's really only a planning exercise, a visioning exercise, is a challenge.
Yep.
You get it.
I agree.
And my desire, I guess, as I think about it, would be because of all of the demographic changes that have occurred and which have somewhat plagued us in understanding, the nature of our community in 2018, I'd like to suggest that we put our hands on the vision statement itself, that part of it, and at the same time update, refine, bring current the vision plan. And the vision plan part of the work includes the actual geography, the site planning. For example, the master plan concept of having a strategy for pocket parks, I think, is part of this. Not necessarily identifying properties, but the strategy of curvilinear streets or the long straight streets or the streets that are very heavily trafficked. You get it. So that's part of what this committee is going to do, and the council liaison and the committee will work through these things.
I have a thought here, and I'm not really big on surveys, but because we're trying to get community involvement in this, and I think it's very important that we get community involvement. I'm not really sure a committee of 7. I think we should have the committee, but I don't think that's enough of an outreach to a broad segment of our population. What if we had either the firm we've used before or some other firm design a specific type of a survey strictly to address 2040 vision and send it out to our people and see what kind of input we get. Because this is too big of a responsibility for just the council to handle because it's just 7 people. I think it's probably too big a responsibility for 7 people to handle because it's still only 7 people. And we can't really be sure at all of how they may or may not reach out to our residents. Just a thought. Just a thought.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Frank.
The manager's setup on this whole discussion includes that professional support. The last time around, I remember the name of the firm, I won't mention it now, but they did a survey, they did a series of public workshops that part informed the work of the committee and the council, but in part followed decisions from the council that were interim along the way.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of iterative, but it included that kind of professional help. I think that's baked into the plan.
Okay.
But it is necessary.
Well, not specifically, and maybe we don't want to put it in there specifically, but it might be something to think about going forward.
I think it could be a good discussion for the committee to have right off the bat of
Yeah.
what's the best way to get everybody, as many people involved as possible, whether it's workshops, focus groups, surveys, whatever we can
All
do
of the above.
to get everybody in
It might be
and
something.
put this together.
I think it's also important when talking about surveys to think about having whoever conducts the survey doing things electronically as well. I think there was a lot of concern with the survey we did, or not a lot, but I certainly heard comments from residents questioning the age group and the demographic of who participates in a mail-in survey. And so, perhaps if we use multiple methods of outreach, we can get different demographics.
One of the fellows who's running for council is a great person to resort to with this particular thing, and I think the manager might benefit from speaking to this particular person with respect to surveying and blockchain, online, getting results and different things. Very progressive way of doing things, and whether or not he becomes a member of council, I think he'd be a very interesting person to bring in the conversation.
Who is this?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think the social media component was not there
No.
back when this happened before, and I
Didn't
think it
exist.
could be a really powerful tool. I mean, these WhatsApp chats that a lot of people are involved in.
2040 WhatsApp chat.
Oh, God.
It'll be,
Another one?
I don't know who's going to monitor it, but,
5 minutes of
That'll be my 8 million.
but that certainly should be part of the discussion.
Chief Press is going to monitor it.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, he's not here.
I can, Madam Mayor, if I may, to kind of put some things into context. So going through this process, we interviewed, half a dozen different firms and strategic planning facilitators, and I can share one proposal timeline that might kind of help put things into context about how this kind of thing may work. So the first task or deliverable, draft the public involvement plan, right? So that's step one. How are we going to involve the public? Step two, pre-plan inputs and kickoff. So that goes back to reviewing the input documents we talked about, implementing the public involvement plan, whether that's focus groups, workshops, whatever that may look like. Communities desire, public workshop series, draft emerging plan, staff feedback and strategies. And step 6, progress report to council. Step 7, understanding the preferred plan, American Assembly workshop. There's kind of some AICP standards that we could reference. Step 8, conceptual plan final. Step 9, council consideration. Step 10, in this proposal, that would be the handoff to the other member of our team who would basically be creating the organizational-wide scorecards, translating the strategic goals into action plans, and conducting scorecard performance reviews, and then align the leader and employees to the strategic goals. So to kind of put into context what a process might look like. So perhaps one of the consultants that the committee may want is one of the firms that we interviewed that I don't think was a good fit for the first step because it's more kind of technical and staff in nature to kind of update and consolidate everything that we're doing now. Somebody that's stronger in the urban planning side might be able to produce some of these, nicer visualization renderings that came out of the 2020 plan. And I think where we could where staff would benefit, where from an implementation perspective, if the committee can do that high-level visioning work, this is what we see this looking like, and then kick it back to staff to then operationalize, institutionalize, develop those work plans. You'll get a lot more buy-in from staff. You'll get a lot more, we'll have a more clear understanding of what it is that we're doing and why we're doing it. So I think the 2020 vision kind of did both steps. It took the conceptual, and then it resulted, there was some great projects that were identified here. But I think part of the challenge I'm having now is that the projects that were identified, we lost context with it. There wasn't enough, I think, engagement with staff. There wasn't enough buy-in, and so we weren't really able to implement everything, and there's still some lingering things.
Will the committee be part of that working with staff? Because I want to make sure that vision of what the committee will know and the council will know very well will get translated to how the staff would propose the implementation, I guess. Or would the staff then just join in and be with the committee while this is happening at the same time? I'm just trying to see how, I don't want to get it segregated at one point. I think they both may need to be together on this project. Maybe from the beginning, I don't know.
That's how it needs to be.
I think that this manager is going to lead us in the right way with respect to this particular project in particular.
This is the fun stuff.
But Brett, I think to your point, it should be just front center when it comes to strategic planning on department, and for each individual department, it has to be something that every day that it's your mantra. It's just the lens through which you see everything, and we didn't quite put it to that level.
Yeah, what I don't want is that the committee does one thing and then they hand it over to the staff, and then the staff does something else.
Right.
Then there's a weird.
No, it's got to work hand
Put
in
in a
hand.
drawer, or it's put in a drawer.
Yeah, I think they kind of need to be together.
So what I've seen that's worked really well is when the consultant or the facilitator will work with the committee, get the visioning work, and then aside and apart, work with staff, say, okay, what are the pros, the cons, the feasibility, the legality, the cost estimates, the engineering, the timeline, the sequencing, and then do that work, do that work, right? And then go back to the committee, okay, here's how we've digested this.
Sure.
And that way you have a vision statement. And I actually took a note for us to amend the ordinance that one of the deliverables, and it's remarkable how difficult it is to actually develop a vision statement. It's really an awesome exercise to go through. So to develop that statement, can visualize what it is. Are we going to spend $1 billion to elevate the entire island, like in 50 years? Let's really think critically long-term what we're going to do, and then allow there to be some interface with staff so that we can then come back and say, look, guys, $1 billion, we don't have the bonding capacity, or, whatever the feedback is. And so I think you're right. It needs to be a dialogue. We need to work hand in hand. But what I don't want to have happen is to leave staff out, because, we've got some really talented, knowledgeable people who have seen these projects kind of evolve and ebb and flow, and we need to tap into that knowledge.
Agree.
There'll be a staff person at every meeting. There'll be every meeting communication back through the manager and the council. It just has to be that way.
And I like the idea of having one of these facilitators for the committee, because it's the one group that I have in mind who's particularly excellent at walking through the visioning and that level of expertise and that level of urban planning. And the firm in particular that I'm thinking about has actually worked on some very vulnerable communities with regard to sea level rise and flooding. And so some of the work they've done and that they've published is really remarkable. But it far exceeds my $50,000 budget at this point, and I don't need that level skill for what I'm doing, or that type of talent now. But for the visioning committee, if you really want to challenge us and push the envelope, that might be the way to go.
So it all sounds good to me.
Absolutely.
Great.
Next, I apologize. Next item, Crandon Boulevard pedestrian safety. Madam Manager.
Yes, thank you. So Before I started, I'm not quite sure how long ago, Councilmember Moss had a discussion item regarding safety on Crandon, pedestrian safety in particular on Crandon Boulevard. Through our continuing services contract, the Coordino Group was contracted to provide a recommendation with regard to pedestrian study. Mr. Coordino worked with Chief Kress on the initial pass of the presentation. We had a follow-up meeting where the three of us met together, and we looked at some additional inputs, including the original transportation master plan that the village adopted. We also looked at what the county has done through in Crandon Park with regard to the bike lanes. And so what we're presenting tonight is a plan that addresses some of the clutter that you're experiencing on Crandon Boulevard. We have some data that we can share that supports why I believe that I am making a recommendation to proceed with the plan. After we're done, we can answer any questions. The follow-up action and direction that I'd be seeking as a result of this is essentially to take the show on the road. The next step would be public outreach. We would do 1 or 2, workshops with the folks who would be particularly impacted by what we're recommending. And then if we get the buy-in and the support, then funding would be the next step, and then we would move toward implementation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Coordino.
Thank you. Joe Coordino with the Coordino Group. It's a pleasure to be here again. What we were done in July, we were asked to go look at Crandon in light of an accident that was out there with a young child with somebody that effectively ran a stoplight. And so we took the entirety of the village and we looked at did a critical examination of the signals, the signs, all the geometric aspects of the road that are out there. Again, it was the entire village. What we have out there is a high-speed, not a high-speed boulevard, but 30,000 vehicles a day, 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. There are about 13 different signals out there. I think 6 of them are unsignalized, and 7 of them are signalized. We did an inventory of all the signage. There is a lot of signs out there, as you can well see. There's all types of crossings and clutter. And the most important aspect of this study was that we looked at the number of crashes that happened on the corridor. There are about 192 different crashes out there. This wasn't necessarily alarming because these over the 5-year period were actually about 27% less than would be expected on a road like this. The alarming aspect of this was that of these crashes, of the number of them that concerned bicycles or pedestrians, I think there were 36 that contained bicycles or pedestrians, and this was about 5 times higher than what it should be on a facility of this nature. So the road itself is safe for automobile travel, safer than it should be, but it's really dangerous for bicyclists and pedestrians at an alarming clip. And so we tried to develop a program by which we could make the improvements, and it's a multi-dimensional program. And in our field, that's called we use the 5 E's: engineering, enforcement, education, encouragement, and evaluation. The most costly part of this is obviously the engineering component, and so we'll detail that out here in a moment. This graphic is important because we're going to get to this in a moment as one of our improvements. But you can see that the speed on the road is definitely something that is impactful. If a pedestrian is hit by a car at 40 miles an hour, there's a 90% chance that becomes a fatality. If you're hit by a vehicle at 20 miles an hour, there's a 90% chance of survival. So speed is critical, and we'll address that in a second. But either way, what we needed to do, we believe, from the most costly aspect of this, the engineering, reorganizing the regulatory signage. There are a lot of signs out there. They are cluttersome. They are confusing. A lot of them are blocked by landscaping, so we'd reorganize that. We would reposition some of the flashing beacons. We would reconsider some of the crosswalks that are spaced at a closer distance than 600 feet from each other. They're actually too close together to be safe. We would eliminate some of the crosswalks in certain locations We would try to tinker with the signals and increase the pedestrians' ability to get a head start on traffic. This is something that we need to debate because, you know, we're battling the flow of traffic through the corridor and then the pedestrian's ability to get across the corridor. So as much time as we give a pedestrian to get across the corridor, that's time we're necessarily taking away from the flow. It's a zero-sum game in that respect. We would consider what they call in highly walkable cities pedestrian scrambles, which are when all the phases of the signal for automobiles turn red and the pedestrian is then left to walk. And at that point, they can actually cross the intersections diagonally. Pedestrian countdown signals, which are those things that tell the pedestrian how much time they have to get across the street, shortening the walking distance across the street by bulb outs, different lighting improvements. We're looking at in reducing the speed limit. We really think that the issue out here, like we knew in the Transportation Master Plan, was a lot of driver behavior. That accident was likely going to, there's nothing necessarily we could have done operationally about that accident. This is just the case of a bad driver, impatient, that moves out of traffic and does something wrong. It wasn't a fault of the signal. What we know is that people were behaving, all but one person was behaving correctly in that case, and it had tragic consequences. Keep continuing with our safety campaigns, encouraging people to be better through enforcement, obviously, and then, you know, looking at this over time to make sure that we're doing the right things. This is a graphic of our of the signs that we had looked at. You can see it's pretty cluttersome not to get too far in the weeds, but we're looking at relocating and removing those things. A lot of that work out there, repositioning them so they're not as confusing. We also looked at one of the issues in the master plan was to do effectively what they call a cycle track, which is a separated bike lane. And when you really look at this, it's something that we can continue from the green paint that is north of town through the community. There are a number of ways to do this. This is a graphic of a place that was looked at. This is a thing called a football or a turtle or something like that. It's a way to keep the vehicle out of the bike lane and still allow the bike to get out of the bike lane if they need it, different than a curb. There are various methods of separation. As you can see here, it's all space constraint, but we believe we have the space out there to do it. It's probably not useful to separate it with a curb, but something like the footballs or other delineators like you see here might be useful to do that. And again, I think a critical aspect of it that we may want to look at that can also be controversial is a lowering of the speed limit. Like I said before, you have a significantly higher chance of surviving an accident like this of any type if you're going slower. They've done this in New York. They tout it as a wonderful thing for the community. I think we did the math, and if you're hit at 25 miles an hour, you have an 88% chance of survival. 20 is like a 90% chance of survival. So it is hugely impactful. We looked at the cost of all this. The cycle track is in and of itself the most expensive thing, depending the alternative you put in there, but it's a $900,000 to $1 million program if you were to do all of this one time. Again, nothing is extraordinarily expensive except for the cycle track and the construction and demolition of a bus shelter that we want to move so that we're not encouraging people to cross the street is also something that's there. But with that, I'll take any questions that you have. Yes, sir.
I think you've got some really interesting ideas, Joe, and one of the questions I have, obviously Crandon is a county road, and we tried, Chief Press and I think John Gilbert and I met with some of the condo presidents at Key Colony a year and a half ago, and we were trying to figure out a way to relieve some of the stress with that light at Key Colony because the queue backs up, it forms a really big traffic problem. At any rate, we were sort of stopped dead in the water because Dade County said that's our road and you can't do anything to that road without our permission. And before we're going to tell you whether or not we think your plan, which was basically creating another entrance and exit on Sonesta Drive for the residents of Key Colony, they wanted to study how that would impact Crandon Boulevard, and that didn't even really directly affect Crandon Boulevard. As far as I know, we still haven't heard back from them. and this was a year and a half ago at least. How can we do any of these things when Dade County's position is it's their road and we can't do anything without their permission?
We're going to have to do it in cooperation with the county. And unfortunately, that's the way it's going to be on this road. Unfortunately, we've all worked with them over the past several years. They're completely underwater relative to their staffing levels. They're overworked. It's not a competence thing with the county. It's just a level of work. There's a handful of engineers that are in charge of this entire place. I think we got to get out early, often, and be very persistent with them to impact that change. But we're going to have to do things to their methodologies, and we're running into those problems when we start to look at some of the signaling issues that we're dealing with.
Just a little institutional knowledge. I know at one point Commissioner Suarez, before he burned his bridges, was very interested in partnering with us and helping pay for the cycling lane because they wanted to have a continuum through all of Crandon Park, through Virginia Key, all the way to the state park. So while it may not be, maybe by the time you all are done with the planning in a year and a half, you've got a new commissioner who will be able to champion it and have a little more juice. But please consider that. And Brett, I'm sorry you had raised your hand.
I'm not going to ask too many questions because I've already sat with you guys and met with you on this plan, but I do want to thank you, Andrea, and Chief Press, and our previous manager, John Gilbert, for working on this from a request from back in, I don't know, I think maybe it was back in March or so. So thank you guys very much for putting the time in this. I think that there's a very important slide that you have there where you break down the recommendations of the engineering, enforcement, education, encouragement. I think there might be one more in there. But the way that I see it, that the engineering is very critical. We need to see what's going on these streets. We have an extreme amount of distractions. There seems to be too many things going on at one time, and whether people are knowing that, they want to follow the rules, sometimes don't, because they don't realize that once the time they've figured it out, they're already past the crosswalk that the flashers flash, or they're turning a left-hand turn and you don't see it. So I think we really need to relook at Crandon and make sure that it's done correctly. I think that enforcement is absolutely critical. We need to be very strict on that, and for the pedestrian's sake in there, anything that has to do with the safety of life, that people are following the rules. I'm okay with doing certain campaigns with the police being able to set up random times to just catch everybody going through through a crosswalk that's a flashing light, pull them over, and show them that this community is not going to stand for this, and people will learn, and it will take a lot of tickets. I think that the education is important, even not just our kids, but the adults need to be educated. I see them walking across the streets, even with the flashing lights, and not looking at if a car is coming or not. And you need to look, no matter what. If you have the right of way, you have the flashing crosswalks, you need to look when you're crossing. And I think the drivers need to understand what it means when there's a flashing light. And it doesn't mean to go faster or get around a car or honk at people. They need to stop. And I think that we need to make sure that the community is involved in this. I don't want this just to be a village-wide thing. I think we need the community involved. Again, I think I said it back in the springtime that I think an effective thing would be getting a bunch of parents out there or kids with signs saying slow down, follow the rules. We have pedestrians out here, and I think it is effective when people are driving this community really does care. It's not just about police pulling people over, but there's other campaigns that we can put out there and it's not just sending things in the mail or little pamphlets, but something that's a little bit more impactful. And I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of people in this community would be willing to take off a couple hours of work and do that because they feel very strongly about it. So again, thank you. And I think that we really need to implement something here and look at this and see how we can better the situation.
I had a couple questions because I haven't seen this before. The crosswalks on Crandon that have two crosswalks right next to each other, if I understood you correctly, and they have flashing lights on both sides, you're recommending that there only be one crosswalk in those
we're recommending
locations?
things that are closer than 600 feet from one another are redundant and unnecessary and cause likely all types of problems.
Okay, and the other thing about Crandon in general, which I see, I think some of our problems have to do with the fact that the way the road was originally designed was almost like a through street, and it's got 2 lanes on both sides, and now we have more and more pedestrians all the time. So I don't know if you've ever dealt with a community that is potentially trying to restructure the use of their road. Could we, do you think, start petitioning at the state level or the county level to ask for a different type of road there? And if we did that, are we going to just create a huge traffic jam where nobody can move anywhere? So what are your thoughts on that?
I think the answer is twofold. Yes, there are plenty of examples of where local governments have changed effectively the functional classification of the road, and or modified the aspects of the road to change the way the pedestrians use it. It's so you can petition them to do that, and it depends on kind of the administration. Here, we'll probably be dealing with FDOT because they're trying to access a state park at the tip, and the county who's trying to move flow in and out. Really, though, yeah, you would create a traffic problem if you did it, because
we already have a traffic
you
problem.
already have a traffic problem. So
are we going to make it just exponentially
you would have
worse?
a bit more of a traffic problem because you would really be constricting it and slowing it down just that much more. Right now, it flows. You'd be, if you took a lane out, you'd basically be cutting the capacity in half, and in your peak times, that would be really bad congestion.
What about taking a lane out basically from the start of the Village Green to the end of the Village Hall area, which is where most of the kids are going back and forth? Could we do that? Would you recommend something like that?
I would have to look at, to make a recommendation, I would have to look at the impacts to the traffic flow, and then the potential impacts to pedestrian behavior, the pedestrian flow, one way or the other. And I think it would have to fit into whatever goals you were trying to get to. I mean, there are places whose goals are, hey, we're going to take capacity away from the vehicles and provide it towards the pedestrians. And so they time signals or deal with roads in that way to achieve a goal. Now, that's also got to fit into the county's goals and the state's goals somewhere, so we have to mesh those together. So I would have to look at it, like, see exactly what it did to the effective level of service on that road. But, you know, I think the goals out here, we're trying to do too much with that road, right? We're trying to make it flow and be a level of service B or C or something very high, functionally high, and we're then trying to make it safe for pedestrians, and they're almost mutually exclusive.
Well, that's what I'm wondering if our community is looking for a different priority on that road, and I don't know the answer to that.
Or do we shift the uses to Fernwood or to another?
I think that's a potential.
I don't know how you do that. It's a residential.
No, for pedestrian. For pedestrian, not for vehicle.
What are the expectations? You know, how long are we talking about here if we were to put something together and try to push it as hard as we possibly could with Miami-Dade County? What kind of expectations are we looking at? Because we need to be able to inform our people, you know, what the expectations are.
None of this stuff is complex. Or does it take long to design or build?
I'm talking more about getting them to approve.
It's a permitting issue, as we know from everything else we've done here on that road. And that then is a matter of, like, you know, persistence and grabbing their attention and really forcing it through. But it is really it's a longer process than it should be. Year and a half.
Do you have an estimate of how long it would take to change the crosswalks and do all the different things that we would think about doing?
You can design it if you designed it, bid it, and built it, you could all get it done within a year. The permits are the slow part.
And how long would the permitting take?
I couldn't tell you. Add another 6 months to that.
6 months.
And that's a conservative estimate.
Right.
it's
What about,
really.
what about the crosswalks? We usually think of yellow as a yield color rather than a stop color. And our crosswalks blink yellow lights. And shouldn't those lights be red?
Amber, those, you're talking the ones that.
The blinking
We
lights.
had someone come and talk to us about those lights and that there was some sort of an issue with some intellectual property involved inside of the lights that led to the fact that we then couldn't touch them, couldn't alter them, couldn't change them, because as soon as you tried to change them, they needed to be removed because of whatever this litigation was going on. Do you remember this?
No, I don't.
Am I the only person who remembers that?
I don't remember that.
Someone came and talked to us about the lights, and they said, like, even sometimes the angle of them can be adjusted, but unfortunately, because of whatever this ongoing litigation was, we couldn't touch them.
That was,
Do you know anything
that
about
was from the EAB meeting that was,
Oh,
I remember.
oh, okay. I'm like,
That
how
was
does
the
no one
EAB
else
when we
remember?
talked to
So
them about
anyway,
it.
there is an issue with those lights. So my question to follow on to yours would be, does it make sense then for us to just say, can we replace them with red ones like they have on Brickell? Because
Oh, don't do the
clearly,
ones on Brickell,
we
please.
do have an issue with these yellows.
I wonder if
I
they,
agree with you.
Light district in Brickell.
But
The
people
one in
stop.
Brickell is scary because it's there's a blinking, there's a yellow, there's a red.
Says
Nobody knows
stop.
what to do. But if it's blinking, it's a stop sign. I would just say if you want to do it, green, red, yellow, or green.
Just a
yellow,
regular
red.
stoplight.
Like a regular stoplight for the pedestrians crossing, and that's it.
So just a regular stoplight.
Are you familiar with what Brett is speaking of in Brickell? Because I think that the effect of the way it works on Brickell is to actually teach people to ignore them.
Yeah, it does not. I pass that one all the time, and nobody knows what to do. People are like going. Some people are going. People are stopped. Because if a red blinking to me is a stop sign, but other people don't know what that is, so they don't know if they're supposed to stop, look, and then go. And then other people are honking. Other people are just flying through it, and then all of a sudden it's flashing yellow. People don't know what to do in that instance, and it's very confusing.
So the county won't approve anything unless it conforms with what they call the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices. So everything you put out there that they put through is allowed, right? Now, whether it's confusing or not, it's a different story. It may be something that's effectively a one-off in this county that nobody's ever seen before, and they just don't know how to use it. Just like people would think about a traffic circle, there's, people have to learn how to deal with the traffic circle, who you let through and those types of things. I think that once you enforce it and you've got it out there for a while, people will actually learn how to use it and know what it means. But that takes a little bit of enforcement and those types of things.
But in your plan, I think something that you mentioned, I don't know if you mentioned it tonight, but I remember you mentioned it, is that you guys looked at how many crosswalks we had, and to reduce the amount of them actually could be very beneficial for us. And I think I brought up to you at one point that the flashing yellow lights, having two of them right next to each other on each side of the road makes absolutely no sense. I mean, you could just put one with one crosswalk, and you pick which crosswalk really is the one that's being used the most. If it's people going to Winn-Dixie, you would put it on the Winn-Dixie side and get rid of the other crosswalk. And if you're crossing, you just have to cross the quiet road first and then go across Crandon when it's blinking instead of having two, because it becomes very confusing. You have a lot of redundancies going on. They're both flashing at the same time. People are caught in the middle of the intersection when the flashing comes on. So I think, and then maybe, is it a possibility that one of them could become a light? And how would that affect traffic? Will that be negative, or would it be able to go with our new smart lights that we're looking at? Those are the type of questions I think we need to look at.
We're not looking at them.
Huh?
We're not looking at them.
Yeah.
We bought them.
Oh, we bought them, but we can't install them
Yeah,
yet.
we're trying to install them.
That's problem number two, the installation. They didn't come with them.
Right. So 600 feet is a big space. That would basically, that's like 2 blocks, right? 2 normal blocks,
Plus or minus.
right? And there's only like
Like 2 football fields.
Huh?
2 football fields.
2 football fields. So there's a space between the beginning and the end of Village Green would be 1 crosswalk, and then between there and Ocean Club would be another crosswalk. So it'd be 2 crosswalks. That's it, and people would just have to walk. I mean, in order to maximize the effect and be able to enforce them as much, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, what we want, they're gonna walk anyway, right? So the theory is to get them, to space these things differently, let them walk at certain locations, and then if they've got to go downstream or upstream, do it on one side of the road or the other. We can't have jaywalking, right, where people are just randomly crossing the street everywhere, because that just creates a more hazardous
Right.
condition. So, and then when you've got so many of these things on the road, for the driver, it's more convenient for the walker to have them every 10 feet or whatever, just have free flow across the street. But the driver then gets bogged down, confused, doesn't know where these things begin and end, and they become hazardous in that sense. More so because the drivers are ignoring them.
So what are you looking from us regarding this? Do we need to make any decisions, or this is just an information?
So the next step, so if we're all in agreement that, you know, we like the ideas, we're kind of going in the right direction, the next step would be, we would need to go through a procurement process to issue a work authorization to do the public outreach, the engineering, the permitting. I would recommend we do one solicitation and include an option for the CEI, the construction inspection services. So we have that option. I don't know if we'll have the capacity to do it in-house or not, so we could bid it out that way. I guess one question I do have for the council, there are a few RFPs and RFQs, a couple different procurement processes that we need to issue, and this would be one of them. But in general, I've heard some feedback from staff that the council typically likes to review the solicitations before they're issued. So I'm seeking direction on that practice, whether or not you guys need to see in this example, I would do this as an well, probably I think it depends on the value, though, of the project. I think it has to go out on its own.
But Andrea, I think that what we need to, the first thing we need to do is a design, right, of what would need to be done. Almost like a plan that, you know, we would have to see, because it may come down that we might want to do 75% of it, but there might be a 25% that we might want to do later, or something like the bus or something. You know, it might be something that we can prioritize in that plan. But right now we don't know which signs, which crosswalks, what type of different systems there could be. So I think there's that part first before we get to permitting and all of that. So I guess the RFP would be just that.
I would suggest we do it in one authorization, though. So when we go through the outreach process, we have the meetings with the community, we tailor, we're doing this, we're not doing this, but we've committed to the project, we've contracted, we'll budget the funds for the whole scope of the project, and we won't proceed to permitting, though, until, you know, typically once we do the public input, and let's say we determine, 7 signs, 3 crosswalks, 2 flashers, wherever we land, narrow streets, green lanes for bike lanes, wherever we land, the engineers will then go to work, usually at 30%. They'll get back with the client, with us. We can, what I would like to do, or what I've done, sort of in the conference room, I could lay out the plans and have somebody from Mr. Cordino's staff available. So, Wednesday all day, come by, pick our brains. These are the plans at 30%, and that's, where everybody can kind of chime in, and that's after we've already had the public input, and then we can proceed with the, through the process, and and then it doesn't have to come back to you so many times.
But when you said budgeted, are you talking about budgeting the construction too, or just the design phase? Because we don't know what the construction will actually be.
I think for this authorization, I would do outreach, I would do engineering, I would do permitting, and I would do an option for construction administration services. So part of the engineering, they would produce the
professional
OPCs.
fees only, not the construction of the project.
Not the construction.
Okay.
So the resulting work, whoever gets the bid, we'd have a permit set that we can then put out an ITB for construction.
Well, yeah, but we got to remember that it's not our road. So the question is, how likely are we to get approval even after 6 months of all these different things that we're proposing to do?
I think what we're suggesting here all fits in with reasonable engineering criteria that should be approvable by the county.
Follow their rules.
Okay. No, but it's still, it's Miami-Dade, so.
But changing let's say if we decided that we wanted to go down to 25 mile per hour, we would need to see if that Crandon would even, or the county would even allow that, right? I mean, that's not our say.
And possibly the state.
Yeah, right. So really none of this is ultimately our say. But really, everything that we're recommending outside of the reduced speed limit is something that I think is very reasonable and to county standards. Now, we're going to argue with them, I think, likely on the reduced speed limit for whatever reasons, but let's just do it and work through it and see how far we get with them. A lot of times that can simply be a political conversation and
What
not
would
really
be the
technical.
results in the slowdown of flow and traffic if we were to reduce?
That's what they're going. That's what
to
they're
me
going
is my
to.
challenge.
That's what they're going to ask us about. And so, what I think we really need to do is look at that question. Once we get our signals, and we can. I think we can build in a flow with the automated signals so that people can progress at certain times of the day through the court. I don't know if they have to progress at 35 miles or 40 miles an hour or 25 miles. I think the difference is if we're not interrupting them and causing undue delay, we should be all right.
And what about, there's another issue that's been raised, and I don't know if there's merit to it or not, but that if you lower it to 25 or 20, that you're inviting more pelotons and more of the recreational cyclist onto your actual roads because they can go with the flow of traffic, and so that causes other issues. Is there?
Well, that's a complicated question because they have the right to use the road. I think, as the chief will tell you, they don't have the right to ride more than 2 abreast, if that's correct. So
do they have the right to use the road when there's also a dedicated bike path? Because the interpretation I've gotten is no, they need to use the bike path if there's a dedicated bike path.
I think they're if you have a bike lane, yes. If you have a path, no.
Bike lane. We have bike lanes.
Yes, you'll have a lane. What we're proving here, what we're trying to get here is a lane. So it's the 4 feet of pavement at the edge of the road, that's their space then. That's their lane. So they have less of a right to the actual automobile travel lane because they do have their own space. And that's why they can't ride 2 abreast, more than 2 abreast in the travel lane. Effectively is the 4 to 5 feet that they.
But my understanding is then that they have the argument of where we're going, the flow of traffic, so we can use the road too. I mean, I've heard. I'm playing devil's advocate. I want to know what. Yeah, sorry.
You will likely incentivize them to use the lane because I think what I know about cyclists is they don't like the confined space of the bicycle lane. They like the
road.
The wide open space.
So we'll incentivize them to use the road.
I don't know if they're scared of anything, actually. I don't know if 25 miles an hour, if that makes them feel safer or not safe.
I was told that was like the threshold. I don't know.
The magic speed?
Yeah, that's the magic speed where they feel a little less.
I'll have to look.
Do you remember, did they want to take the speed on the, in Rickenbacker to 25? Do you remember? When we were
I don't
having
recall.
that? And we thought that was too slow for the road.
25?
But that was outside of the
The
village.
cyclists wanted that.
Because of this argument.
Yes.
I think
Because
it's because that's how they can keep up.
and they can use the road more, and then there's the alternative argument, if they're going with the flow of traffic, leave us alone.
It's also about the speed of the vehicles, because then it's safer for them because of the
it was really
the accidents. It wasn't so much that argument, I don't think. It was.
I think the argument in Key Biscayne is that there's 2. One, for traffic, I don't think the traffic is caused by the speed limit in this say. I don't know if 5 miles per hour is going to make a big difference. It's really the lights and getting through the lights. And that's where, when the lights get all off signal, everybody's getting backed up, and that's what happens. I think on the bike side, I would speculate that they probably wouldn't use the roads because there would be cars in the way, and they will be stopping and starting and stopping, and usually bikes just want to go straight. So they'll probably go to the side just like they would, because it's different if it was 25 miles an hour from here to Miami and they can just hop on the road and just go with everybody. But here, I mean, people are constantly stopping and turning and switching lanes. I think they would end up having to move over naturally.
I think what you typically see out there is they're good at confining themselves to the lane, the bicycle lane. I think where they get a little uncomfortable with it is when you put an obstruction in between that lane and the automobile lane, because that gives them less of a, they can not ride in the packs that they want, the pelotons that they want to ride in, the width of them, and they're a bit of a hazard because they need to perhaps get out of that lane, and if there's a curb there, they've got an issue. if there's one of these football things here, that's easier to get by. And certainly the plastic barriers, like the image on the left, is even a little bit more difficult to get by. So having almost a well-spaced plastic delineator enables them to quickly get outside of the lane if they had to, into the road. It's all a matter of, picking the preference.
Planters? Just as a
That would-
sidebar, when you,
That would be beautiful, yes. It would be difficult to hit.
Gary would like to ask a question. My apologies, Gary.
Two things. Getting back to where I started, are you going to try to propose all of these different things that are going to affect Dade County before we get too deep into the design work and spending the money? Because if we go down that road and they say no, we've just wasted time and effort.
Yeah, my approach to this would be to take this menu of options up to the county and have them simply, like everything else, what's it going to take, what methodology do we have to use to prove to you that this is an acceptable thing? And they will, at that point, tell us things that work or don't work right on their face. I don't believe anything here is something that doesn't work. And then they will give us a study methodology by which to use to prove it to them, because they always want that, and then we'll do it. And we'll argue with them a little bit about what methodology, and we'll try to bring it down to something that's a little bit more reasonable for what we're trying to do, but it'll be a give and take like that. I think if they don't throw anything out right off the bat and absolutely say no, I think we're pretty good to move forward with it. We will just need to study it to prove that it works. They'll have warrants or thresholds for some of this stuff, and they may say, well, look, they may come up with something, well, I need a certain speed or I need a certain volume to do this certain improvement, and you don't meet that criteria, so we're not going to allow it.
Okay, so that'll be one of your initial steps in this.
Yeah, that'll be early on.
Okay, and the second thing is, would you consider adding this idea that we came up with the condo presidents to add another entrance and exit off of Sonesta to relieve the backup going in and out of Key Colony?
You tell me to do it, and I'll do it.
Well, I mean,
Well, but
you
it's
have to
gonna
think
work.
you have to think it's a good idea before you.
Well, I got to see it. Let me see it, and then I'll make that evaluation with
Okay.
our engineers.
Got to make sense.
Yeah, it's got to make sense, right? Yeah.
Well, it's very basically simple. I can spend 5 minutes, whenever you have time, and I'll show it to you.
Yeah, we'll look at it, we'll take it up there, and we'll, again, just the same thing, the same approach as always. Go up there first, get their methodology, and give them and show it to them the way they want to see it. No sense in developing our own methodology, trying to shoehorn it into a box that they don't want.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
Miami-Dade doesn't own that street.
No, but what they needed to study, and this is the ridiculous part of it, is that if there were more cars going into and out of Sonesta, how would that impact the traffic on Crandon? No, it didn't directly affect Crandon, but they wouldn't let us do it until they did that study.
But you're also taking the same cars that would be turning
Yeah,
left.
I think
know.
so that there's a
It
lot,
ain't
there's a
logic.
lot
It's
to
not
look at
logic.
with that, though. There's impact there to other residents
Yeah.
than just Key Colony, Gary.
I know. But the increase in traffic, it would reduce coming in and out of the Crandon entrance and exit, but it would increase traffic flow coming in and out of Sonesta from Crandon.
Yeah, and up and down Caribbean.
Probably not. Well, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe
anyone going
Caribbean, yeah.
southbound or
Yeah,
coming northbound.
Exactly, yeah. It would. But they don't care about Caribbean. That's our road.
But the people who live
Oh,
there
they-
do.
Well, okay, so maybe we don't like the idea.
It needs to be studied to see what the actual impacts are.
Put it on Pacific. I think Mike Kelly likes traffic.
Oh, gosh.
two things, Joe.
Does he?
When you were looking at this, residents have brought this idea up to me. We have parallel parking along the Village Green, and there's actually space to do either slanted parking, which would increase the amount of parking, and it seems like it would be less of a disruption of traffic.
Angled parking?
Angled parking,
That would have
correct.
to back out into traffic, though, wouldn't it?
They would have to back out into traffic, yep,
Which is a little
which
bit
would be
dangerous.
more dangerous.
Right. And there are standards relative to speeds and types of roads and the types of parking that you can have on them. So I'd have to check that, but typically you wouldn't necessarily want angled parking on a road like Crandon. You
But
really have
maybe
to-
on Fernwood, because it would dramatically increase the number of parking spots we have on Fernwood. And it's,
Yeah, on a more local road, I think it's appropriate, or certainly on a local road, it's more appropriate. Not, that would be a challenge to get on.
We need to stop using our cars as much as we do. That's, that. you know,
that's true
making-
too. So
make-
there's a
People coming,
counterbalance there.
but
The-
so
the-
much
the
of
more-
Crandon is
The more
people
parking
coming
spots
in.
you
The more
design,
people
the
will
more
drive.
people will come.
We
The
also
sec-
have 100 or million visitors to the state park, and they're not going to ride their bikes or walk.
They're not going to what?
But that's Crandon.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Crandon.
Second thing that I just want to bring up, on Harbor, our speed limit right now is 30 miles an hour. So if we were actually looking to reduce Crandon, and we control Harbor to the best of my knowledge, so that might be something we could do real quickly. That would at least
I think the
increase
residents
safety.
on Harbor
I
would be
thought-
really happy, because 30 is often 50.
Harbor is an arterial road, and I don't think it was that easy.
It had to do with the buses, right? Or
And the
something like
buses,
that?
Yeah, there's something.
I don't know if the buses, I think that anything interior to the village is going to be easier to change than Crandon. Because theoretically, we're in control of those roads, even though the county, through home rule charter, claims they're in charge of everything. But it would be a much easier thing to do. I don't know if that really impacts a bus as much as, say, even traffic calming. I mean, it's
hard
just a
that
speed
you
limit.
can go 30 on Harbor.
Yeah.
With all those roundabouts.
But the real issue with
that's the speed
pedestrians is
limit.
on Crandon, right? I mean, is Harbor a huge
They didn't
issue with
study
Crandon
Harbor.
there too, or no?
Say that again?
Does Harbor have a huge issue between cars and pedestrians as it does on Crandon? Because I think Crandon really has the bulk of the pedestrians crossing constantly.
Yeah,
where-
the bulk of your traffic is on, but bulk of the conflict is on Crandon. I mean, again, like the studies say, it doesn't, doesn't hurt as much to get hit at 20 as it does at 40. So the lower the speed limit, the safer the community is. It's just a balancing act.
Sure. I think Crandon, the challenge is that it's a much wider road. It takes a lot longer to get from one side to the other side. Harbor is a much narrower. I'm not advocating that we don't need to change or look at that road, but it's just there's also a different element going on with pedestrians and cars and automobiles there.
Harbor has, I think, even a bigger problem with the cyclists because they go through Harbor more than Crandon.
I agree.
We have our
Get around
our
them.
own cyclists that use Crandon, but the cyclists that come from in and out of the key are using Harbor mostly, and then they just take up the whole.
Yeah.
It's not two abreast.
There's no bike lane on Harbor either.
Right.
Well, I'm good on this. You guys?
All right.
It's good work, Joe.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Very
Appreciate
exciting.
it.
You know, if you move to Key Biscayne, you can run for council.
No way, baby. No way.
There's
Are
an
you saying that
opening
we're
for
that
mayor.
bad?
I like
We're that
watching. I like
There's an
watching.
opening for mayor.
You think it's better where you are? Is that what you think?
Absolutely not.
It's different.
I just like watching.
I'll ask Jeff about
Okay,
that.
I have, but we have sewer. Just saying.
Yes, we don't. We're struggling over that every day. We have peacocks. You got peacocks?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we got peacocks, and we
get
got
rid of-
iguanas too. We'll sell you a few.
Yeah, we could trade.
I always
have
get
Municipal trading.
What do you do with your peacocks?
Oh,
Anything?
They're in Crandon Park.
you got to look over here. She's the
don't-
she's
we don't
the
discuss those
peacock iguana lady.
Yeah, you don't want to know what we do with iguanas.
It's humane.
We're serving them.
They're at lunch.
Do you have an exotic food truck? And with that,
Great as a chef.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tastes like chicken.
Next item, back to the mayor and council member report, regulation of location of our recycle and trash bins. Councilmember De La Cruz.
Okay, so this comes from a question that the Islander put out to Mike and me to respond to, and they asked their readers to come up with questions. This was one of them, and I had never really focused on this particular issue until we had to respond to it, and then I started focusing on it, and I realized that and after today, maybe you will look at it. You know, I just want to discuss it because at some point I think we want to do something about it. And Andrea, I think was looking at other municipalities and what they do about the trash bins. I can tell you that our contract with Waste Management allows the trash collectors to go into our side yard to pick up our trash and bring it out. But there are houses, for instance, like mine, that has a wall in front of it and gates, and, you know, I personally would rather bring my bin outside and take it back inside. So the question is, should we consider having some kind of a regulation so that we have to take the bins from the side of the road into the house, into the side yard, so that to take it out from next to the street? Because there's a lot of houses that leave their bins by the street. I mean, I've been looking at it down West Enid. There's several, you know, so.
So my understanding is about 12 years ago, we actually contracted, and it was the will of the public, and there were a lot of people coming in, and the council, when they went out to bid, they asked for this side yard service. We actually pay a lot more money for it because people did not want to see the bins or be bothered to take out the bins. But the reality isn't, there was also safety concerns. So there was a discussion from the dais, I was not on, but I remember watching it, that, well, if you don't want someone going into the side of your house for whatever reason, then take it out. But I believe that, so are you wanting to discuss how long the garbage can stay out
Yes.
there and where it should be located?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, you know, located, it has to be somewhere where they can take it out.
That's not on the swale.
That's not on the swale.
That's not on the
right.
swale. And you say there's some people have it on the swale?
Oh, yeah.
Or in the
Oh, yeah.
street.
Right,
Or in the
right
street.
next to the street. I mean, several houses on West Enid have it, and, you know, and on many other streets. West Enid's not the only one.
And even if they take it out, they don't put it in.
They don't put it in.
Well, but what was supposed to happen is that the service was supposed to take it back in because it's side, even if it's out, they're supposed to at least put it closer to the house, is I
Are they
think.
supposed to return it?
See, but even if they
There
put
is
it,
side yard
even if they
service
put-
is side yard service. They're not supposed to take it out and leave it in your front yard.
That's what happens in my house.
See,
That's
even-
not what we've contracted for, I don't think. And Frank,
that's
you've
correct.
got.
And I think that they need to be reminded that that's not the deal. Because if you are okay with them coming into your side yard to pick it up, then they should be returning it to your side yard. And I'm pretty sure that that's what our deal with them. So you know, I think we need to remind
Yeah,
them
there are a
that that's
couple
our deal.
different
So
issues
that's
going
one issue.
Yes.
But in my case, you know, I mean, I can't leave that side door open because then I can't keep my dog inside my house. You know, so and frankly, I put my trash all the way in the back of my house, which means that somebody's going to be walking, you know, next to my bedroom window. You know, it's not what I like to do. So I'd rather take it out and pick it up. So the question is, do we regulate the amount of time that somebody has to take it back inside their house? Something that we might want to think about.
But then there's going to be an argument of, well, they should have put it back on the side of my house anyway because we're paying for that service.
This
I'm just playing
conversation is garbage.
I'm kind of.
It is garbage.
Yes, it
It
is.
sounds like the same recycled crap we've been hearing all night long.
Right. So just think about it, and, you know, it is what it is. It'll be for
Well,
the
what
next
about-
council.
What about starting with the step of contacting our service providers?
Yes,
And
that'll help a
and-
lot.
And asking them, even, for example, in your yard, even if somebody brings it out to the street, just bring it back to their fence, like take it
Right.
off the street, and that might resolve the whole situation.
Maybe it will.
That would be an interesting thing too, because I think that a resident who is inclined to do it themselves to take it out is probably also, just by nature, more likely to bring it back.
Yeah.
I would be really curious to see if they actually started returning it from where they took it, how big of a problem we still have.
Maybe it's not a big problem, you know.
Frank, I agree with you, it is now.
I'm glad you brought it up. I'm glad it came up. I think the history of this, we were on council because when we switched to, it was called choice.
But we got the second, I mean, we were ratifying or just having the policy discussion of what had already been, and so we got the history of it.
And that included, your memory is correct, I think, there was a preference on the part of many to have pickup. There was also a recognition that there needed to be an option for the case that you described, Lucho, at your house, pickup isn't suitable for everybody. So you can take the thing down or you can have it picked up. It is supposed to be brought back, but the separate problem is one that I wanted to discuss at some point along the way in our term. People have actually created little pads near the swale, or maybe within the swale, to keep their receptacles permanently on the streetscape, which is not an aesthetic that I think we desire.
That's the biggest problem.
So, maybe the mini Zork is a time to deal with this, but they're not bringing everything you've just observed is correct. And so unless we dismiss the policy of having side yard pickup for those who want it, I think we ought to regulate where these receptacles live permanently.
Yeah.
I do want to say that in the last 2 weeks, there's been a shift in behavior with the garbage men, so I think someone must have given them the heads up because it's changed, and they're now going to the side yard, and it's interesting. So thank you, whoever did something. Thank you.
So,
Mayor, if I may also to Councilmember Petros's point, the contract actually does have a hardship clause. So if there are individuals who want certain accommodations, our contractor will provide for that. So, give us a call and we'll make whatever accommodations the residents are looking for.
Wonderful, thank you. Are we done with the garbage?
Good. We're done with garbage.
Next item,
Maybe. You don't ask, you don't get.
discussion of increased enforcement of our traffic laws. Councilmember De La Cruz.
So this goes, I guess, along with the presentation that we got from Joe and such. And we have a new manager, so I just wanted the new manager to know that there is a very large discussion happening in our community regarding enforcement, strict enforcement of our traffic laws. And I've had this discussion with her and with Chief Press and such. And I just want her to know, well, she already knows that I support it, and I'm sure that everybody here on this council will agree that she has that we have her back with respect to doing whatever it takes in order to fix the problem. And that's why I wanted to bring it up and make sure that our new manager knew that that was the case.
And so say all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
I'd like to
agreed.
bring up the idea also that Myra has suggested. I know, Chief, you know where I stand on this. Like, slow everyone who's in a hurry down by giving them a ticket, and they'll just leave 5 minutes earlier, as we discussed in our meeting.
Behavior modification.
Yeah. But you had made the suggestion of putting on our ticker at the entry block. You speed, we ticket. Like, just make the word be out there.
Whatever it takes.
We take it aggressively. Thank you for the.
We have in the past had these periods of strict traffic enforcement. Maybe we can just collectively agree that we want that to always be the case.
Yes, indefinitely.
And if there's a problem being able to implement that, then let us know.
Right.
That's wonderful.
That was
I'll
the
be in
point.
agreement now.
Public safety first.
Okay.
Next item, Vice Mayor's last item, unfinished business.
This is like the mystery box.
You
don't know what it is.
You always
That's
wanted to be
I've been
last.
waiting for this one
You
all
always
night.
You always wanted to be last.
Do we want to put a time limit? 3 minutes for Frank.
No, let him go. You got 40 minutes. Let's see what this is.
No, you don't.
That'd be good training
No,
for
you
me.
don't.
Okay.
Good training. I think maybe what I'd like to surprise you. We haven't finished everything, but I think that I'd like to find a different way to communicate, where I see work in progress and do it otherwise, and I'll do that. So for my last act, ordinarily I only accelerate my motion to adjourn when Mike Davey is about to speak. But tonight, why don't I make our unfinished business relate to this agenda and move to adjourn?
Can I have one real unfinished business of something we all talked about that I just want to ask? are we moving forward with using the emergency transport funds to fund the unfunded liability? And how do we make sure that that's happening?
I think the answer is we are. Is that your understanding?
So I do have one open, as one of the budget.
We all talked about that. I want to
Right.
make sure that it's happening while we're all still together.
So the after action that, and it's funny, I actually just set a meeting with staff tomorrow morning to go over open action items, but I did have an open item to reduce the unfunded liability. I wasn't sure specifically if that was the way we want to do it. So if that's the way we want to do it, when we do the budget amendment, we can do that.
We're all in? Yes?
We're all in?
I will.
Yep.
Business.
I
Finished.
Chief.
Do we need a vote? I move. No, Allison moves because it was her idea.
I'll move.
Second.
I just want to, I will be totally honest, I'm not 100% sure, though, what the restrictions are on that revenue. So assuming that those are.
Provided
I
that it
think
is
we're
allowed.
okay. I think we've
Okay.
talked about it enough
Okay.
times and ways. I just want to make sure it isn't one of those things that we talk about and then forget to
And
make
we
it happen.
recognize if you have restrictions, then it needs to
Yes,
come back.
with that little asterisk there.
Yes.
I'll
And
move.
maybe we can get a report on how that impacted the plan so that we can see the difference of the
To the
unfunded
tune,
liability.
I mean, how much are we talking about using? I mean, you could
Emergency
either-
transport funds, or
Do you need it
what
for
is that
anything else,
number?
Eric? Okay.
So
So hold
all
on.
of it, all of it. Yeah?
So take a voice vote.
I'm
You have
sorry.
some-
Go ahead.
You have something to say?
When you're done, before your motion, I have to still call an executive session for the John
Oh, okay.
Gilbert lawsuit.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Unanimity rules tonight.
Oh, you missed me.
At least at the end.
Yeah. We're learning. Just in time.
Just in time.
Can I call quick?
Yes, please.
I'd like to call an executive section for John C. Gilbert versus Key Biscayne, case number 218-030808, CA 01, Division 11, 11th Judicial Circuit, Miami-Dade County. This session is to seek legal advice and strategy regarding this litigation from the council. Reasonable notice and the time and place will be provided at a future date.
Move.
Second.
And this will be for the new council, correct?
Correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn?
Thank you.
Second.
This meeting is adjourned. Without, no. My gavel is missing. It's been missing.